Hello, dreamers. Fairy Dreamland here, your guide to a wonderful and peaceful world. I know you are ready to let go and drift off into a peaceful, relaxing sleep with the help of this video. But before you do, don't forget to like and subscribe for more captivating stories that will take you to new realms. Oh, and I'd love to know, what time are you listening to this, and where are you from? Which story or character would you like me to tell next? Leave a comment and share your peaceful space with me. Story: Zagreus, Fire Beneath the Shadows. The first thing Zagreus felt was the cold, sharp, biting, seeping into his bone like a living thing. He didn't know where he was, didn't know who he was, just that the ground beneath him was hard and damp, and the air smelled of ash and forgotten things. His eyes cracked open, blinking against a gloom so thick it pressed against him. A faint glow flickered across his skin, fire, dim and restless, licking at his arms like a nervous heartbeat. He sat up, head pounding, and saw the river. It stretched before him, black as ink, its surface rippling with whispers. The Styx. He didn't know how he knew its name, but it sat heavy in his mind, a truth he couldn't shake. A boat bobbed at the edge, skeletal and worn, and a figure stood in it, tall, hooded, gripping a pole. Charon, the ferryman of the dead. His face was hidden, but his eyes glinted under the cowl. Two pale coins in the dark. "You're awake," Charon rasped, voice like stones grinding together. "Took you long enough?" Zagreus staggered to his feet, the fire on his skin flaring brighter for a second, then dimming. "Where am I?" he asked, throat raw. Charon tilted his head, studying him. "Where do you think?" "The underworld." "But you?" He paused, leaning closer. "You don't belong here. Not quite dead. Not quite alive. A problem. That's what you are." Zagreus's hands clenched, the flames sparking at his fingertips. "Then why am I here?" Charon shrugged, a creak of old bones. "Ask the boss. He's the one who locked you up." Before Zagreus could press him, the ferryman pushed off, the boat gliding silent into the mist. "Wait!" Zagreus shouted. But Charon was gone, leaving him alone on the jagged shore. He turned, taking in the cave, walls slick with moss, stalactites dripping like fangs. Memories flickered, faint and broken. A woman's laugh, soft and warm, a flash of lightning splitting the sky, pain, sharp and endless, as shadows tore at him. He touched his chest, expecting scars, but his skin was smooth. The fire, his only mark. "Who am I?" he muttered, the question echoing back unanswered. Footsteps crunched behind him, heavy, deliberate. He spun, flames flaring, and saw a figure in black armor, a helm shadowing his face. Hades, lord of the underworld. His voice was low, cold as the river. "You're awake. Good. Saves me the trouble of dragging you out." Zagreus stepped back, heat rising in his veins. "Why am I here? What do you want?" Hades's eyes narrowed, green and piercing. "You're here because you're dangerous. A spark that doesn't know its own fire. Stay put, boy. This is your cage now." Before Zagreus could argue, Hades vanished, a swirl of shadow swallowing him whole. The cave trembled, sealing shut with a slab of stone, leaving no exit but the river. And that wasn't an option, not with its whispers, promising oblivion. Zagreus pounded the wall, flames licking the rock. But it didn't budge. He wasn't staying. Whatever he was, dead, alive, something else. He'd find out, and he'd get out. The cave was a tomb, but Zagreus wasn't ready to lie down. He paced, the fire on his skin pulsing with his heartbeat, a restless energy he couldn't tame. The sticks lapped at the shore, its whispers turning to voices, pleas, cries, fragments of lives long gone. He ignored them, searching the walls for a crack, a weakness. Nothing. Then he saw it, a shimmer in the water, faint but real, like a thread of light. He waded in, the cold biting his legs, the fire hissing as it met the sticks. The thread led to a tunnel, half submerged, its mouth barely wide enough to crawl through. He didn't hesitate. Diving under, he pulled himself along, the walls scraping his shoulders, the water tugging like hands trying to drag him down. His lungs burned, but the fire kept him going, a stubborn glow in the dark. He broke the surface, gasping, in a new chamber, bigger, hotter, the air thick with sulfur. Asphodel stretched before him, a field of ash and flame, rivers of lava snaking through cracked earth. Shades wandered, gray and hollow, their moans a low hum. Zagros climbed out, shaking off the sticks' chill, and started walking. He didn't know where he was going, just that he needed to move, to find a way up. A shadow loomed ahead, tall, winged, a scythe gleaming in its hand. Thanatos, Death himself. His silver eyes locked on Zagreus, sharp and unreadable. You're not supposed to be here, he said, voice smooth as a blade. Zagreus squared his shoulders, flames flaring. Tell that to your boss. I'm leaving. Thanatos tilted his head, almost amused. You think it's that easy? The underworld doesn't let go, but... He paused, studying the fire. You're interesting. Keep moving. See how far you get. He stepped aside, wings folding, and Zagreus pushed past, wary but grateful. The field was a maze, flames bursting from the ground, shades clawing at his legs, their touch cold and desperate. He fought them off, the fire surging, turning them to dust. Hours blurred into days, or what felt like days in this timeless place, until he stumbled on a figure pushing a boulder up a hill, only for it to roll back down. Sisyphus grinned, wiping sweat from his brow. New guy, huh? Nice trick with the fire. Zagreus stopped, catching his breath. You're stuck here. Sisyphus laughed, a dry, bitter sound. Forever. But you've got a shot. Keep going. There's a gate past the flames. Leads up. Don't stop, kid. Stopping's death. Zagreus nodded, clapping the man's shoulder, and ran on. The gate loomed, iron, rusted, guarded by a shade with a spear. No farther, it hissed, lunging. Zagreus dodged, the fire roaring to life, and struck back, his fists wreathed in flame. The shade crumbled, and he kicked the gate open, stepping into a new darkness. The tunnel spat him out in Elysium, a golden plain under a false sky, grass soft and rivers clear. Heroes lounged here, their armor gleaming, their laughter echoing. Zagros felt out of place, his fire dimming in the light, but he pressed on, drawn to a palace at the edge. Black marble, vines curling up its walls. Hades' home. He slipped inside, shadows his cover, and heard voices, low, tense. He peeked through a doorway and saw them. Hades, stern and towering, and a woman with hair like autumn leaves, her eyes sad but fierce. Persephone. He's awake, Hades said, gripping a goblet. He'll bring trouble if he gets out. Persephone turned away, voice soft. He's our son, Hades. We can't keep him caged forever. Zagreus froze, the word hitting like a thunderbolt. Son. His fire flared, betraying him, and Hades spun, eyes narrowing. You, he growled, shadows coiling around him. Persephone gasped, stepping forward, but Hades raised a hand. Stay back. He's mine to handle. The floor shook, and a fight broke out. Hades' spear clashing with Zagreus' flames, sparks flying. Why lock me up? Zagreus shouted, dodging a thrust. Because you're a weapon, Hades snapped. One Hera once dead. Persephone pushed between them, hands out. Stop! Zagreus, listen. Her voice broke, tears glinting. You're ours. I hid you here after they tore you apart. I couldn't lose you again. Zagreus staggered, memories flooding back. Hera's voice, the Titan's claws, his mother's screams. Then let me go, he said, chest tight. I need to know who I am. Hades lowered his spear, jaw tight. You want out? Earn it, past Cerberus, through the gate. But if you fail, you're back in that cave. Persephone reached for him, but Zagreus pulled away, fire steady. I'll make it, he said, and ran, the palace fading behind him. The palace's echoes faded as Zagreus ran, his boots pounding the stone, the fire on his skin flickering like a torch in a storm. Persephone's words burned hotter than the flames. Our son, a truth that twisted inside him, sharp and alive. He didn't have time to unpack it, not with Hades' challenge ringing in his ears. Past Cerberus, through the gate, the underworld wasn't done with him yet. The path sloped upward, narrowing into a tunnel that reeked of wet fur and old blood. A growl rumbled ahead, low, deep, shaking the walls. Zagreus slowed, the fire flaring to light his way, and stepped into a cavern vast enough to swallow a village. There it was, Cerberus, the three-headed hound of Hades, each snout snarling, teeth like daggers, eyes glowing red in the gloom. It crouched before a massive gate, iron and bone, the only way out. Zagreus gripped his fists, flames coiling around them. Easy, big guy, he muttered, edging forward. Cerberus's middle head snapped, jaws missing him by inches, while the left one barked, a sound that rattled his bones. He dove, rolling under a swipe from its claws, and came up swinging, fire lashing out, singeing fur. The beast howled, all three heads thrashing, but didn't back down. It lunged again, faster, pinning him against the wall, hot breath blasting his face. He didn't fight strength with strength. Couldn't. Instead, he ducked, slid between its legs, and grabbed a loose chain dangling from its collar. Sorry about this, he said, yanking hard. The chain tangled, tripping Cerberus, and it crashed, legs flailing. Zagreus bolted for the gate, shoving it open with a grunt, the iron creaking under his weight. The hound roared behind him, but he was through, slamming it shut as teeth gnashed at the bars. He stumbled into a new realm. Gray fog, cracked earth, the air buzzing with a strange hum. The surface was close. He could feel it, but something watched him. Eyes in the mist, shadows shifting. He wasn't alone. The fog thickened as Zagreus pushed forward, the ground soft underfoot, like walking on sorrow itself. This was the fields of mourning, where shades wept for lives cut short, lovers, warriors, mothers clutching ghost babies that faded in their arms. Their cries clawed at him, tugging memories he didn't want. The woman's laugh, Persephone, and a pain that felt like his own death. His fire dimmed, weighed down by the grief soaking the air. A figure stepped from the mist, tall, pale, her hair a cascade of shadow. Nyx, goddess of night, her eyes twin stars in the dark. You're persistent, she said, voice smooth as velvet. I wondered when you'd claw your way up here. Zagreus straightened, wary. You know me? Nyx smiled, faint and knowing. I hid you, child. After the Titans ripped you apart, I wrapped your soul in shadow to keep Hera's eyes off you. Your mother begged me to. He took a step back, flames flickering. Why? What am I to you? Nyx drifted closer, her presence cool against his heat. You're Zagreus, son of Zeus and Persephone, a god born to burn bright. Hera feared that. She still does. She touched his chest, and a jolt ran through him, memories sharpening. A golden cradle, Persephone's song, then claws and blood. You're no prisoner, Nyx said. Not anymore. But the surface isn't safe. Hera's waiting. Then I'll face her, he said, jaw tight. Nyx nodded, handing him a shard of obsidian, its edge glinting. A gift. It cuts through lies. You'll need it. She faded into the fog, leaving him with more questions than answers. The shard pulsed in his hand, warm like his fire, and he pressed on, the cries of the shades fading behind him. The ground hardened, the fog thinning, and a gate loomed, smaller, simpler, the last barrier. He pushed through, stepping into blinding light. The air hit him first, warm, alive, smelling of grass and salt. Zagreus blinked, shielding his eyes, as the sun stabbed through a sky he hadn't seen in, how long? Forever, maybe. He stood on a cliff, waves crashing below, Greece sprawling green and gold in the distance. Freedom tasted sharp, like wine on a dry tongue. But it didn't last. A screech split the air, high, piercing, claws glinting as three shapes dove from the clouds. Harpies, Hera's hounds, their wings ragged, faces twisted with hunger. There you are, one hissed, voice a knife on glass. She said you'd crawl out. Zagreus drew the obsidian shard, fire roaring to life. Tell her I'm done hiding, he shouted, slashing as they swooped. The fight was chaos, talons raking his arms, flames scorching feathers, the harpies darting like wasps. He caught one mid-flight, driving the shard into its chest. It screamed, crumbling to ash. The others screeched louder, but a shadow fell. A man with winged sandals, a staff twirling in his hand. Hermes. Need a hand, cousin? He grinned, slamming the staff down, a gust knocking the harpies back. Zagreus panted, fire steadying. Cousin. Hermes winked. Zeus's kid, right? Family's messy. Hera's got a squad after you. But I'm not her fan. Come on. Olympus isn't far. The harpies regrouped, but Zagreus nodded, following Hermes as they sprinted inland. Pegasus's distant kin, forgotten for now. The surface wasn't freedom. It was war, and he was walking right into it. The wind howled as Zagreus ran beside Hermes, the harpy's screeches fading into the distance. The landscape blurred, hills rolling green, rivers glinting like silver veins. The air alive with scents he'd never known in the underworld's gloom. His fire pulsed steady, a rhythm in his chest, but his mind spun. Hermes glanced over, his winged sandals kicking up dust. You're fast for a dead guy, he quipped, twirling his staff. Not dead, Zagreus shot back, breath sharp. Not alive either. What's your deal? Hermes laughed, a sound like coins clinking. Messenger of the gods, at your service. Also, your half-brother, Zeus, gets around. Hera's got a vendetta, though, and you're her latest target. Lucky me, I hate her guts. He veered left, leading them into a grove of olive trees, their leaves silver in the sunlight. Olympus is that way, he said, pointing to a peak piercing the clouds. But it's not a stroll. She'll throw everything at you. Zagreus gripped Nyx's obsidian shard, its warmth grounding him. Why help me? Hermes shrugged, slowing to a walk. Boredom. Plus, you're stirring things up. Keeps the old man on his toes. He nodded toward the sky, where thunder rumbled faintly. Zeus, Zagreus' father, a name that felt distant, unreal. He knows I'm out? Hermes smirked. Oh, he's watching. Doesn't mean he'll step in. You're on your own unless you prove something. The grove ended at a riverbank, water rushing cold and clear. Hermes stopped, eyeing the current. Shortcut, he said, stepping in, the water parting around his sandals. Zagreus followed, flames hissing as they met the wet, and they waded through, emerging on a slope dotted with wildflowers. The peak loomed closer, but the air thickened. Electric, heavy. She's here, Hermes muttered, staff raised. A gust slammed them back, and a figure descended, golden-haired, eyes blazing with fury. Hera, queen of the gods. You, she hissed, voice cutting like a whip. I ended you once. You don't get a second chance. Zagreus stood, fire roaring. But Hermes grabbed his arm. Not yet, hotshot. Run. They bolted, Hera's laughter chasing them, as lightning cracked the earth behind. They didn't stop until the slope flattened into a vineyard, vines heavy with grapes, the air sweet with fermentation. Hermes ducked behind a tree, panting, while Zagreus crouched, flames dimming to embers. She's fast, he said, wiping sweat from his brow. Hermes grinned. She's mad. Big difference. We've got friends here, though. Look sharp. Music drifted through the vines. Wild, chaotic. A drumbeat that thrummed in Zagreus' bones. A figure stumbled out, draped in leopard skin, a crown of ivy tilting on his head. Dionysus, god of wine and madness, a goblet sloshing in his hand. Well, well, he slurred, eyes glinting with mischief. The runaway spark. Heard you were causing a ruckus. Zagreus stood, wary. You know me? Dionysus laughed, loud and unhinged. Know you? Some say I am you. Reborn, remixed. A little drunker. Call it a family tie. Hermes rolled his eyes. He's useful. Trust me. Hera's on our tail. Dionysus straightened, suddenly sharp. Oh, I hate her. Always crashing my parties. Come on, my crew's got your back. He whistled, and figures emerged. Maenads, wild women with ivy in their hair, and satyrs with hooves tapping the dirt. To Olympus, Dionysus roared, raising his goblet, and the vineyard erupted into a march, music and chaos their shield. The climb was a blur, vines giving way to stone, the peak towering above. Hera's lightning struck again, splintering a tree. But the Maenads danced through it, their laughter defiance. Zagreus ran with them, fire flaring, Dionysus at his side. You're a fighter, the god said, grinning. Like me before the wine took over. Don't let her snuff you out. Zagreus nodded, the shard in his hand pulsing. He wasn't just running now. He was charging toward answers. Olympus rose like a dream, marble spires gleaming, clouds swirling at its base, a city of gods perched on the edge of the sky. The Maenads stopped at the gates, Dionysus waving them off with a slurred cheer, and Hermes led Zagreus inside. The halls were vast, gold and white, statues of the Olympians staring down. A figure waited, tall, armored, her gray eyes cutting through him. Athena, goddess of wisdom and war. You're late, she said, voice calm but edged. Hera's rallying her forces. You've got her attention. Zagreus stepped forward, fire steady. Good. I want her to see me. Athena's lips twitched, a rare hint of approval. Bold. I like that. You're Zeus's son, but you're not his pawn. Prove it here, and I'll stand with you. Hermes leaned against a pillar, smirking. Told you. Family drama's the best kind. Athena ignored him, handing Zagreus a spear. Bronze, balanced, its tip glinting. Hera fights dirty, she said. This doesn't. Use it. He took it, the weight familiar, like it belonged in his hands. Why help me? He asked. Athena met his gaze. Because Hera's tyranny needs a check. You might be it. Thunder rolled outside, closer now, and the air crackled. Dionysus staggered in, goblet empty. She's here, he sang, pointing. Through the gates, Hera descended, chariot blazing, harpies at her flanks, a storm brewing in her wake. Zagreus gripped the spear, fire roaring to life. Let's finish this, he said, stepping out to meet her, Hermes, Dionysus, and Athena at his back. The gates of Olympus shuddered as Hera landed, her chariot slamming the marble with a crack that echoed through the peaks. She stepped down, golden robes swirling, her face a mask of fury carved from storms. The harpies flanked her, wings beating a gale, their claws glinting like knives. Lightning forked the sky, Zeus's thunder rumbling but distant. He wasn't stepping in, not yet. Zagreus stood at the threshold, spear in one hand, Nyx's obsidian shard in the other, fire roaring across his skin like a living shield. Hermes twirled his staff beside him. Dionysus swayed with a wild grin, and Athena planted her spear, steady as stone. You dare show your face here? Hera spat, voice a whip crack. I tore you apart once, mongrel. I'll do it again. Zagreus didn't flinch, the flames surging hotter. You tried, he said, stepping forward. I'm still here. What's that say about you? Her eyes blazed, and she thrust a hand out. Lightning arced, slamming toward him. He dove, the bolt scorching the ground, and rolled up swinging, the spear slicing air as a harpy swooped. Chaos erupted. Hermes darted skyward, staff cracking harpy skulls, his laughter sharp over the wind. Dionysus roared, hurling vines from nowhere that tangled the beasts, his maenads charging in a frenzy of screams and claws. Athena met Hera head-on, spear clashing with a golden scepter, sparks flying as goddess faced goddess. Zagreus fought through the storm, fire lashing out, burning feathers and flesh, every strike a defiance of the death she'd dealt him long ago. Hera broke free, hurling a blast that knocked Athena back, and turned on him. You're nothing, she snarled, lightning coiling around her fists. A mistake Zeus should have buried. She struck, and Zagreus raised the shard. It flared, cutting through the bolt, splitting it into harmless sparks. Her sneer faltered. What's this? He shouted, advancing. Afraid of your own lies? He lunged, spear aimed, but she dodged, faster than the wind, and grabbed his throat, lifting him off the ground. You'll burn out, she hissed, squeezing, her power a cold weight crushing his fire. His vision blurred, but he stabbed the shard upward, slicing her arm. She shrieked, dropping him, and he hit the marble hard, gasping. The fire flared back, brighter, wilder, and he stood, spear raised. I'm not your pawn, he said, voice raw. Not his either. I'm me. Hera staggered, blood dripping gold from her arm. The shards cut a wound she couldn't ignore. You think you can defy me? She roared, summoning a storm, clouds swirling, lightning raining down. Zagreus ducked and weaved, the spear a blur, his fire meeting her bolts in bursts of light and heat. Hermes swooped in, knocking her off balance, while Dionysus's vines snagged her chariot, tipping it. Athena charged, pinning Hera's scepter, giving Zagreus an opening. He didn't take her life, didn't want to. Instead, he drove the shard into the ground before her, its edge splitting the marble, a crack racing toward her feet. Look at me, he said, fire steady, voice carrying over the thunder. I'm not here for your throne, your power, your war. I'm here to live. That's all. The shard pulsed and shadows rose, images of his first death, the Titan's claws, Hera's command echoing, end him. The Olympians watching from their halls gasped, the truth laid bare. Hera's face twisted, rage, shame, a flicker of fear. You'll ruin us, she whispered. But the fight drained from her. Zagreus stepped back, spear lowering. No, you're doing that yourself. Athena stood beside him, spear planted. It's over, Hera. Let him go. Dionysus clapped, grinning. Good show, Spark. Drinks on me. Hermes landed, wiping blood from his brow. Told you. Messy family. The storm faded, Hera retreating to her chariot, eyes burning but silent. She didn't strike again, just glared, then soared off, the harpies trailing like broken shadows. Thunder rolled once more, closer. A deep laugh from Zeus, watching from his peak. Well done, boy, it seemed to say. But he didn't show. Zagreus didn't care. He'd won his ground, not his father's approval. Olympus glittered around him, but it didn't feel like home. The air was too bright. The gods, too distant. Athena's nod, Dionysus's drunken salute, Hermes' wink, all felt like goodbyes. You staying? Hermes asked, leaning on his staff. Zagreus shook his head, fire dimming to a glow. Not my place. Too much light. Dionysus laughed. Come party with me any time. You've got the spirit. He turned back alone, retracing steps through Greece, past the vineyard, the river, the cliff where he'd emerged. The underworld's gate yawned below, dark and familiar, but not a cage anymore. He stepped through, the Styx whispering, welcome, and found Hades waiting, armor gleaming, eyes unreadable. You're back, the god said, voice flat. Didn't expect that. Persephone ran from the palace, throwing her arms around him, tears hot against his neck. You're safe, she breathed, and this time, he hugged her back. The fire warm, not wild. I'm not running anymore, he said. Hades grunted, a rare softening in his gaze. You've earned a place, not a prisoner, a piece of this. He gestured to the gloom. Asphodel's flames, Elysium's glow, Tartarus's depths. Pick your corner. Zagreus chose the edge, a cavern overlooking the Styx, where his fire lit the dark without burning it away. He wasn't a king, not a hero, just himself, son of gods, survivor of shadows, a spark that wouldn't die. Persephone visited, bringing flowers that bloomed in the gloom, and Hades watched from afar, a silent guard. The underworld wasn't freedom, but it was his, a place to burn on his terms. The winds of fate, the beginning of a legend. In the heart of a kingdom, hidden by the great forests of ancient Greece, a queen awaited the birth of her child. Queen Climene, a woman of immense beauty and strength, had ruled with grace and wisdom for many years. But as the moment of her labor neared, The palace was filled with anxious energy. The time had come, but there was an air of uncertainty. For the queen, this birth would mark the beginning of an era that would see her legacy rise or fall, depending on the child she bore. King Iesus, her husband, stood at her side with a mixture of pride and concern. Their kingdom was prosperous, their people revered them, yet they knew the future of the throne was uncertain. Climon had borne no heirs, only a series of stillborn children before this one. The gods had tested them both, but this child, they hoped, would be different. But unknown to the royal couple, the gods had already whispered their will, and the fate of the newborn would be anything but ordinary. As the hours stretched on, Queen Climon's labor intensified. The air in the chamber grew thick with anticipation. Finally, with a cry that echoed through the walls of the palace, the child was born. The midwives took the baby and laid her on a soft linen cloth, but there was something about the child that caught their breath. The baby girl had a golden sheen to her hair, and her skin was smooth and flawless, untouched by any marks of imperfection. The king and queen gazed at their daughter, but it was not just her beauty that struck them. There was a sense of power in the child's presence, an energy that seemed to radiate from her very being. The room felt charged with something beyond the physical, a sense that this child was destined for greatness, but not necessarily the kind of greatness the parents had imagined. As the midwife handed the child to Clymene, the palace doors burst open, and an old seer, a blind woman named Asteria, entered the room. She was known throughout the land for her knowledge of the gods and their ways. Her eyes were clouded, but her vision penetrated deeper than any mortals could. Asteria had been waiting outside the palace since the queen's labor began, her senses alert to the unfolding events. She had known something powerful was about to happen. She approached the royal couple and took the baby in her arms. The air seemed to still as Asteria's voice filled the room with words that would change the course of the child's life. This child will be unlike any other. Asteria's voice was firm, yet filled with sadness. She looked at the king and queen, her gaze piercing. She will be a warrior, a huntress with the heart of the wild itself. But she is also fated to bring sorrow to her mother. The queen's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice filled with concern. Asteria's lips curled into a shadow of a smile, but her words were heavy with truth. "The gods have spoken. This child, Atalanta, will live by the bow and the chase. She will rise above all men in strength and skill, but in doing so, she will never know the peace of a woman's heart." The room fell silent. Atalanta's destiny was sealed with those words. She was meant to be a warrior, an untamable force who would forever struggle to find balance between her wild nature and the expectations of the world. As the days passed, Atalanta grew under the watchful eyes of her parents, but it was clear from the start that she was different from the other children of the palace. She had a wild spirit, one that could not be contained. While other children played in the royal gardens, Atalanta found herself drawn to the forests beyond the walls of the palace. From an early age, she was found exploring the woods, her tiny hands gripping the branches of trees as she swung from them with the agility of a young wild animal. Her mother, Clymene, tried to shelter her, but the child's will was unstoppable. She was drawn to the animals, To the silent call of the wilderness that ran through her veins, Atalanta would spend hours playing with the forest creatures, learning from them, mimicking their movements. She moved with a grace that seemed unnatural, her body lithe and swift, like a predator in the wild. When she was old enough, Atalanta's father, King Iasus, decided it was time for his daughter to learn the art of combat, thinking it would build strength and honor in her. He had seen the way Atalanta moved, and he was impressed by her natural agility. Perhaps, he thought, she could be a protector of their kingdom, a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield. But Atalanta was not interested in the traditional ways of the royal court. Her heart was drawn to the wild, to the life of a hunter. She rejected the lessons of swordplay in favor of archery and hunting, skills that were once reserved for the men of her kingdom. Her bow, made from the finest wood, became an extension of her body. She could shoot an arrow with the precision of a master at just 6 years old, hitting her targets from impossible distances. At the age of 7, Atalanta was already the most skilled hunter in the land. She could track animals through dense forests, her senses sharp as a hawk's. The village near the palace had heard of her prowess, and many came to watch her hunt. The men marveled at her speed and skill, unable to match her in any contest. She moved through the wilderness as though it was her true home, one with the earth, the trees, and the creatures that roamed the land. Her reputation spread, and soon kings and warriors from neighboring kingdoms sent their sons to challenge her, to see if they could best the young huntress in a race or a contest of strength. But Atalanta always emerged victorious, her speed and agility unmatched. There was no man alive who could outrun her, no beast that could escape her. But as Atalanta grew, she felt the weight of her mother's expectations. Clymene loved her daughter, but her love was tinged with fear. She had always wanted a son to inherit the throne, someone who would take on the mantle of leadership and carry on the royal bloodline. But instead, she had a daughter whose heart was wild and untamed. Clymene feared that Atalanta's nature would bring ruin to her family, that she would never settle down or take on the traditional role of a queen. In an attempt to bind her daughter to the palace, Clymene arranged for a suitor to come for Atalanta. But Atalanta, who had little interest in marriage, rejected every proposal. She wanted nothing more than the freedom to roam the wild, to live as a hunter and a protector of the forest. Despite the efforts of her parents to tame her spirit, Atalanta's wildness only grew stronger with time. She would slip away from the palace whenever she could, disappearing into the forests where she was free from the constraints of royal life. Her heart belonged to the hunt, to the thrill of the chase, and to the animals she respected and admired. The forest became her kingdom. It was there she was happiest, alone with her thoughts, her bow, and the creatures who trusted her. But as her fame grew, so did the expectations placed upon her. Warriors began to challenge her, not just to test their skill, but to force her to fit into a mold that she had never wanted. She was not meant to be anyone's wife, nor was she meant to be the damsel in distress. She was a huntress, a force of nature, destined for something greater than what the world had planned for her. Atalanta had reached an age when the world could no longer ignore her. Her fame spread far and wide, not just among the common folk of her kingdom, but also among the great kings and warriors who had heard whispers of her unmatched skill. There was no rival who could best her in the woods, no foe who could outrun her, and no task too difficult for her keen eyes and steady hand. But as her renown grew, so did the demands placed upon her by her father, King Iesus, who began to worry more about the future of their kingdom. His only heir, Atalanta, was wild, free-spirited, and fiercely independent, traits that were difficult to reconcile with the traditional royal expectations. She was a daughter of the throne, but her destiny seemed forever untethered to the duties of a queen. She was more at home in the wilderness than in the royal courts. King Iasus, though proud of his daughter's strength, knew that the land required stability. He needed an heir, someone who would carry on his rule. He began to feel the pressure of tradition bearing down on him. His people demanded a successor, and his daughter, it seemed, was not the right fit. One day, in the grand hall of the palace, he called for Atalanta to stand before him. "Atalanta," he said, his voice stern, yet laced with the love of a father who could not reconcile his heart with his duty. "The kingdom cannot survive on the strength of your bow alone. You are a princess, a daughter of this throne. You must marry and produce heirs to secure our bloodline." Atalanta, ever defiant, stood tall before him, her fiery eyes reflecting a sense of rebellion that had long been growing inside her. She was a warrior, not a princess in the traditional sense. Her heart was not meant for the throne, nor was it meant to be bound by the chains of marriage. "Father," Atalanta's voice was strong, echoing with conviction, "I will not be forced into a marriage. My heart belongs to the hunt, to the wilds that I am a part of. I cannot live within the walls of this palace." King Iasus, his heart torn, could do nothing but look at his daughter with a mixture of admiration and frustration. He had always known that Atalanta was not like other princesses. Yet, deep down, he hoped she would find a way to bring balance to her wild heart. He sighed, knowing that his daughter was as free as the wind itself. But he would not give up on finding a way to secure his kingdom's future. With his hopes for an obedient heir fading, King Iasus, in his desperation, devised a plan to force Atalanta to choose a suitor and fulfill her royal duties. He declared that he would hold a great race through the kingdom. Any man who could outpace Atalanta in a race, who could match her speed, would win her hand in marriage and claim the right to rule alongside her. The kingdom watched as the announcement spread like wildfire. The race was set, an event of legendary proportions. Atalanta, upon hearing the king's decision, was not angry. Rather, she felt a sense of duty. Her father had done what he thought was best for the kingdom, but it was clear to her that she could never be tied down by someone else's expectations. The wildness in her heart surged as she prepared for the challenge. She would run, as she always had, but she knew there was no man who could ever match her speed or skill. For days leading up to the race, warriors and noblemen from every corner of the kingdom arrived to challenge Atalanta. The streets were filled with eager men, their confidence as inflated as their boasts. They lined up for the race, their spirits high, unaware that they were about to face an impossible challenge. None of them could even dream of outrunning Atalanta, the swiftest of them all. Among the challengers was a young man who stood apart from the rest. His name was Hippomenes, a prince from a distant land. He was not the largest or strongest of the suitors, but he carried with him a secret that none of the others possessed, a plan that would make him the first to cross the finish line. Hippomenes had heard of Atalanta's unmatched speed and strength. He had seen the men who had failed before him and knew they stood no chance against her. But he was not intimidated. Instead, he sought the aid of Aphrodite, the goddess of love, to assist him in winning her heart. Aphrodite, recognizing the sincerity in Hippomenes' desire, granted him 3 golden apples, each one more radiant than the last. The goddess told him that in order to win the race, he must distract Atalanta by throwing the apples along the path. She would not be able to resist stopping to pick them up, and thus he could gain the advantage. Hippomenes, with the blessing of Aphrodite, entered the race, confident in his plan but uncertain of its success. On the day of the race, the kingdom gathered to witness what would become one of the most anticipated events in history. The wide expanse of the course stretched before the runners, a test of endurance and skill that would determine the future of the kingdom. The air was thick with tension, and the crowd's whispers grew louder as the challengers lined up alongside Atalanta. Atalanta, with her bow slung across her back, stood tall and proud. She had prepared for this race all her life. It wasn't just about the victory, it was about proving once more that no man could match her speed. The signal was given, and the runners surged forward, their feet pounding the ground, the wind rushing past them. Atalanta, as expected, took the lead, her body moving with the grace of a gazelle, her legs eating up the earth beneath her. Her heart raced with excitement, the thrill of the chase always invigorating her spirit. But then, Hippomenes did the unexpected. He tossed the first golden apple onto the path. Atalanta's instincts kicked in, and she found herself glancing at the shimmering fruit, a flash of temptation crossing her mind. Her pace faltered for a fraction of a second as she reached down to pick it up. The crowd gasped as Hippomenes quickly gained ground. Undeterred, Atalanta regained her momentum, her fierce determination pushing her forward. But Hippomenes was ready. He threw the second golden apple, its glittering brilliance catching Atalanta's attention once more. Again, she hesitated, momentarily distracted by the allure of the apple, and Hippomenes gained even more ground. The race continued, but with each apple Hippomenes threw, Atalanta found herself battling an unfamiliar feeling, a desire to stop, to indulge in the distraction that Hippomenes had so cleverly placed in her path. As the final stretch of the race approached, Hippomenes hurled the last golden apple, and this time Atalanta could not resist. She slowed her pace and reached for it. The moment of hesitation was enough for Hippomenes to surge ahead and cross the finish line, victorious. Hippomenes, the victorious suitor, stood breathless at the finish line, his chest heaving with the thrill of triumph. He had done what no man before him could. He had outpaced Atalanta in a race that seemed impossible to win. The crowd erupted in applause, their cheers deafening as they celebrated the unlikely victory. But amidst the cheers and joy, Atalanta's heart was heavy with something she could not name. Her gaze, usually sharp and unwavering, was now clouded with a mixture of confusion and resentment. She had lost, and the weight of that loss settled deeply in her chest. But more than that, There was something deeper, a part of her soul that had been disturbed by the distraction of the golden apples, a part that had never been vulnerable before. As the crowd swarmed around them, Hippomenes walked toward Atalanta with a victorious smile, his eyes full of hope and anticipation. He knew the race had been more than just a contest of speed. It had been the key to winning Atalanta's heart. He expected her to be pleased, to embrace the idea of a future together. But instead, he was met with a cold silence. Atalanta stood still, her arms crossed in a defensive posture, her eyes hard and distant. She had always been the one in control, the one who determined her own fate. But now, with Hippomenes standing before her, his triumph over her a permanent mark on her heart, she felt a loss of control, a sense of vulnerability that she could not ignore. You won, Atalanta said, her voice sharp, almost bitter. But at what cost? Hippomenes, his confidence beginning to waver under the weight of her gaze, frowned. I've won your heart, haven't I? Isn't that what matters? Atalanta's eyes darkened, and she took a step back. I don't know what victory means anymore. Just then, the air shifted. The temperature dropped ever so slightly, and from the shadows, the goddess Aphrodite appeared, her presence undeniable, like a whisper on the wind. She had been watching the entire race from the sidelines, her gaze fixed on Atalanta and Hippomenes. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, had seen the potential for this moment to unfold. She had aided Hippomenes with the golden apples, knowing that the only way to win Atalanta's heart was to give her a reason to lose herself in love. But as she approached them, her eyes narrowed with a look of irritation. So it is done, Aphrodite said, her voice both sweet and commanding. You have won, Hippomenes, but I wonder if you know what it truly costs to win the heart of such a wild soul. Atalanta's expression hardened at the sound of Aphrodite's voice. She had always felt an unsettling connection to the goddess of love, but she never fully understood her influence. Aphrodite was a goddess who wielded love as a weapon, an uncontrollable force that swept people away, leaving them vulnerable and lost. I don't need your pity or your tricks, Atalanta said, her voice steady despite the turmoil swirling inside her. I didn't need a race to prove my worth. Aphrodite's lips curled into a smile, though it was one tinged with bitterness. You are more than worthy, Atalanta, but the heart of a huntress is never so simple. She turned to Hippomenes, her gaze softer now. You have won her heart, but understand this. There is a price to be paid for such a victory. Atalanta's heart tightened in her chest as she listened. There was something in Aphrodite's words that sent a cold chill down her spine. She could feel the goddess's gaze on her, like an invisible hand brushing over her soul. And that was when the curse was cast. An ancient and terrible curse, one that would change the course of her life forever. With a single glance at Atalanta, Aphrodite spoke the words that would haunt her for the rest of her days. Atalanta, you are a creature of the wild, a force that cannot be tamed. Yet, the love you now feel will be your undoing. You will never know peace in your heart, for love will bind you in chains you cannot see. Atalanta's breath caught in her throat, the weight of Aphrodite's words sinking deep into her chest. It felt as though the very air had thickened around her, as though the forest itself was closing in on her. And Hippomenes, Aphrodite continued, her voice softening, though you have won her heart, it will be a love that cannot be without consequence. For every victory, there must be a fall. Hippomenes, unable to understand the true weight of Aphrodite's words, merely nodded, his face still lit with the joy of winning. He reached for Atalanta's hand, but she pulled away, feeling a strange sensation, a force that she could not explain, binding her heart to something beyond her control. What do you mean? Atalanta asked, her voice shaking with confusion. What price will I pay? Aphrodite's eyes shimmered with an ancient sadness, and for a moment it seemed as though the goddess herself was regretting the curse she had cast. You will be torn between two worlds, Atalanta. The wildness that is in your heart and the love you have for Hippomenes. You will never be free from the chains of this love, for it will take you to places you do not wish to go, and in the end, it may destroy you. Atalanta felt a deep, gnawing pain in her chest, a realization that something inside her had shifted irreparably. She had always been free, always in control, but now she was bound by the very love that she had tried so hard to resist. Her heart, once strong and independent, was now a prisoner to the very thing she had sought to avoid. As Aphrodite vanished, leaving only the echo of her curse behind, Atalanta stood motionless, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. The weight of the goddess's words pressed down on her like a suffocating fog. Hippomenes, his joy fading into confusion, reached out to Atalanta once more, this time with more concern than triumph. Atalanta, what's wrong? He asked, his voice filled with uncertainty. I've won. You're mine. We can be together. What's happening? Atalanta turned to him, her eyes clouded with tears that she had not expected to shed. Her heart was torn, and the realization of what she had lost was sinking in. She had never wanted to be tied to anyone, least of all a man. But now, with Hippomenes standing before her, the curse of love was choking her, binding her heart to him in a way she could never escape. I don't know if I can love you the way you want me to, Atalanta whispered, her voice barely audible. This love, this curse, it's not something I can control. Hippomenes took a step closer, unaware of the magnitude of what was happening. He could not see the weight of the curse, only the love he felt for her. He believed that their love was enough to conquer all, to overcome any obstacle. But Atalanta knew better. The goddess of love had cast a spell on her heart, one that would tear her apart. Days turned to weeks, and Atalanta found herself battling an inner conflict unlike anything she had ever experienced. Once, she had been the wild child of the forest, untamed, free, and unshackled by the expectations of the world. Her heart had belonged only to the wilderness, to the thrill of the hunt and the rush of the chase. But now, with the curse of Aphrodite tightening around her like an invisible noose, she was torn between two worlds. Atalanta had always prided herself on her independence, but now she found herself inexplicably drawn to Hippomenes. The love she had never wanted was there, lingering like a shadow, pulling at her every thought and emotion. She could no longer ignore the overwhelming feeling that had settled in her chest, a deep yearning for the very man she had once believed she could never love. Hippomenes was not like the others. He was not just a suitor, nor was he just a rival in the race. He had become something more, something her heart was reluctant to acknowledge. In her private moments, Atalanta would retreat to the forest, away from the eyes of the court, where she could breathe in the familiar scent of pine and earth. But even here, in the silence of the woods, the whisper of the curse echoed in her ears, reminding her that her heart no longer belonged to herself. The forest had always been her refuge, the place where she could escape from the weight of her duties and fears. But now, the forest could not shield her from the pull of her own heart. The more she resisted, the more the love for Hippomenes grew, like a flame that refused to die. It was both beautiful and painful, a fire that burned through her, leaving her caught between her past and her future. She could no longer deny that something deep inside her had changed. As the days wore on, Hippomenes, too, began to sense a shift. Though he had won Atalanta's heart in the race, he could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. Her smiles were fleeting, her touch distant. Despite her initial warmth after the race, there was a coldness that had settled between them, something invisible yet undeniable. It wasn't that Atalanta had rejected him outright. It was the strange sense of emptiness that seemed to follow them wherever they went. Hippomenes tried to win her affection in the traditional ways, showering her with gifts and offering his companionship, but it seemed as though his efforts were in vain. At night, he lay awake, questioning what had gone wrong. He had won the race. He had earned her love, but the love he had fought so hard for seemed out of reach. He could feel the weight of her silence, and it weighed heavily on his heart. One evening, as they walked along the palace grounds, Hippomenes stopped and turned to face Atalanta. "Why do you seem so distant, Atalanta?" he asked, his voice filled with concern. "I thought we could be happy together. What has changed?" Atalanta's eyes, once filled with fire, now appeared clouded with confusion and sorrow. She hesitated, unsure of how to explain the turmoil within her. "I don't know, Hippomenes. Something inside me is torn. I cannot explain it." He took a step closer, reaching out to her, but Atalanta pulled back. The gesture, though small, hurt him more than words could convey. She was slipping away from him, but he could not understand why. "Atalanta," Hippomenes said softly, his voice filled with desperation. "Please tell me what's wrong. I want to help you." Atalanta closed her eyes, feeling the weight of the curse settle on her once more. She wanted to be free from the hold it had on her, to love Hippomenes without fear, without the chains that Aphrodite had placed on her heart. But she knew that was no longer possible. Love, the very thing she had feared, had become her prison. "It's not you, Hippomenes," she said, her voice shaking. "It's me. It's my heart. Aphrodite's curse. It's tearing me apart." Hippomenes stared at her, bewildered, trying to make sense of her words. "The curse?" he asked. "What do you mean? Aphrodite's curse? But I thought we had won. I thought you loved me." Atalanta looked at him, her eyes filled with pain and regret. "I do love you, Hippomenes. I never wanted to love you this way, but the love that I feel for you, it's not just mine anymore." She paused, as if trying to gather the courage to speak the truth. "It's the curse of Aphrodite, the love she has forced upon me. It is not the love of a free woman. It is the love of someone trapped, someone bound to another by forces beyond their control. I am not myself anymore." Hippomenes took a step back, the weight of her words settling in his chest. He had never understood the power of the gods, never understood that love could be a force more powerful than anything in the mortal world. But now, as he looked at Atalanta, he saw that her struggles were not just with him, they were with something much greater, something beyond their control. He reached for her hand, his touch gentle. I didn't know. I never wanted to be a part of something that hurt you. Atalanta's heart twisted with conflicting emotions. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to believe that their love could overcome this curse. But the weight of the goddess's spell was too strong. She could not break free from it, no matter how hard she tried. It's not your fault, Hippomenes. Her voice was barely a whisper. But I don't know how to live with this love. It's not the love we should have. It's the love that binds me to you, that traps me in a life I never wanted. Hippomenes, his heart heavy with the weight of her words, felt helpless. He had won the race, but in doing so, he had unknowingly won a love that came with a curse, a love that could never truly be free. The days passed, and Atalanta found herself more and more isolated, not just from the world, but from the very man she had once believed she could never love. The golden apples, the race, and Aphrodite's curse had done what they were meant to do. They had woven Atalanta's heart into a web from which there was no escape. Every moment she spent with Hippomenes felt like a bittersweet reminder of the freedom she had lost. Despite their love, Atalanta knew she was no longer the same person. The forest, once her home, now seemed like a distant memory, a place she could no longer return to without feeling the weight of the curse. She had lost her freedom to love, and in doing so, she had lost herself. Her heart was now bound to Hippomenes, but it was a love that could not be easily returned to its natural state. The gods had seen to that, and so Atalanta stood at a crossroads, her heart torn between the love she had for Hippomenes and the freedom she had once known. The curse of Aphrodite had made her life a paradox, a struggle between love and independence, between duty and desire. The days turned colder, and with each passing moment, Atalanta felt more and more imprisoned by her emotions. The love she had been cursed with was no longer a simple matter of affection. It had become a weight, a chain around her heart, pulling her in directions she could not control. She had always been independent, a huntress whose only loyalty was to the wilds she roamed. But now, she found herself shackled by something deeper than any physical restraint. Though Hippomenes loved her, though he stood by her side, Atalanta's soul was not free. Every time their eyes met, she saw not just the affection he held for her, but the reflection of the curse that had been cast upon her. She could feel it pulling at her every thought, clouding her mind, and drowning her in emotions she had never been prepared to face. The wildness that had once been her strength now seemed like a distant memory, something unattainable, something lost forever. She wandered through the palace gardens during the evenings, her steps slow, her eyes distant. The flowers, which once brought her joy, now seemed to mock her, their beauty ephemeral and fragile, just like the love that had taken root in her heart. She felt as though she were floating in a sea of contradictions, love and freedom battling within her, with neither able to claim victory. It was on one such evening that Atalanta found herself alone in the garden, looking up at the moonlit sky. The soft breeze stirred the leaves around her, and for a brief moment she imagined herself back in the wild, running free, away from all the constraints of her life. She could feel the call of the forest, but it was no use. She could never return to that life. The curse of Aphrodite had already marked her as a prisoner, and she could not escape its hold. She realized that no matter how hard she fought, she would always carry the burden of this love, this heartache, this feeling of being torn between two worlds. Hippomenes, watching Atalanta from a distance, saw the turmoil in her eyes. His heart ached for the woman he had won with such effort. He had always believed that their love could overcome anything. But now, seeing the distance between them, he began to question the very nature of his victory. One night, unable to bear the sight of her suffering, Hippomenes approached Atalanta with urgency in his steps. He had to do something. He had to save her from this curse, to give her the freedom that she so clearly craved. Atalanta, he called out softly, his voice filled with concern. Please let me help you. This curse, it is not of your making. You should not have to live with it. Atalanta turned to him, her expression unreadable. She wanted to say something, to tell him how much she longed for peace, but the words stuck in her throat. Instead, she simply looked at him, a mixture of affection and sorrow in her eyes. There's nothing you can do, she said quietly, her voice heavy with resignation. Aphrodite's curse cannot be undone. It has taken hold of me, and I am powerless to escape it. Hippomenes' heart broke as he looked at her. He had thought that love could conquer all, but now he saw that love was the very thing that had shackled her. His heart was filled with helplessness, a sense of loss that he had never known before. There must be something we can do. His voice trembled with the weight of his emotions. I cannot bear to see you like this, Atalanta. I love you, and I would do anything to free you from this curse. Atalanta, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, looked down at her hands, clenching them into fists. I love you too, Hippomenes, but I cannot be who I was. The woman I was, the woman you wanted to love, is gone. Her voice faltered as the words left her lips. The love I feel for you is no longer pure. It is tainted, forced upon me by a goddess who does not understand what it means to truly love. Aphrodite, ever watching, saw the despair in Atalanta's heart. Though the goddess had cursed the huntress, she had not anticipated the depth of Atalanta's pain. Aphrodite had never been one to show mercy, but in this moment, something shifted within her. She saw the consequences of her actions, the suffering of a woman whose freedom was being taken by the very love she had been forced to embrace. One evening, as Atalanta wandered alone, lost in thought, the figure of Aphrodite appeared before her, radiant and ethereal. Atalanta, startled, took a step back, but the goddess smiled softly, her expression unreadable. Atalanta, Aphrodite said, her voice gentle, but carrying a weight of divine power. You have suffered greatly. I see the conflict in your heart. It was never my intention to break you. Atalanta met her gaze, her eyes filled with both bitterness and longing. What do you want from me, goddess? Aphrodite's smile softened, but her eyes were sharp. I offer you a choice, Atalanta. I cannot undo the curse that I have placed upon your heart, but I can release you from its chains. You are free to love, to live as you wish, but you must give up the one you hold dear. Atalanta's heart skipped a beat as she heard the offer. The gods always spoke in riddles, but this one felt different. felt like a real opportunity. She looked at the goddess, trying to discern the truth in her words. Give up, Hippomenes, Atalanta whispered, her voice trembling. Is that the price of freedom? Aphrodite nodded. You will be free of the love I have placed upon you, but you will lose him, the one you have come to care for. This is the cost of reclaiming your heart. Atalanta stood in stunned silence, her mind racing. The thought of losing Epaminondas tore at her, but the thought of reclaiming her independence, her spirit, was equally powerful. She had always been a creature of the wild, untamed and free. But now she was faced with a choice, a life bound to a love that wasn't truly hers, or a return to the independence she had always longed for. Atalanta stood on the edge of the cliff, staring out at the horizon. The wind rushed past her, a familiar feeling, but now it seemed like a whisper, urging her to make a choice. She could feel the tug of Hippomenes' love pulling at her, but she also knew that to truly be free, to reclaim herself, she would have to let him go. The curse had taken so much from her already, her heart, her freedom, her wildness. She had become someone she didn't recognize, torn between the woman she had once been and the woman Aphrodite had forced her to become. Her heart ached as she thought of Hippomenes, of the love they had shared, but she also knew that she could not continue to live in this prison of emotion. With a final painful breath, Atalanta made her decision. The love she had for Hippomenes could never be the love they had once dreamed of. To truly be herself, to find peace, she would have to let him go. The weight of the decision settled heavily upon Atalanta's chest as she stood alone in the quiet of the forest, the moonlight filtering through the trees in pale beams. The forest had always been her refuge, the place where she was free to be herself, to run and hunt as the wild instincts of her heart commanded. But now it felt like a distant dream, a place she could never truly return to. The curse of Aphrodite was a shadow that had long since wrapped itself around her heart. No matter how hard she tried to shake it, the love that was not her own had taken root. She had loved Hippomenes. She had allowed herself to feel something she had never thought possible. But now, standing at the crossroads of her life, she realized that love could not be the cage she had found herself in. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, her heart aching as memories of Hippomenes flooded her mind. She remembered his laughter, the warmth in his eyes when they first met, and the way he had cared for her despite her initial resistance. She had wanted to be with him, to embrace the love that had so unexpectedly entered her life. But the cost had been too high. Her heart, once wild and free, was now bound to a love that could never fully be hers. Atalanta knew what she had to do if she wanted to be free, if she wanted to regain the independence that had once defined her. She would have to let him go. With a final, reluctant step, she turned away from the forest and the life she had once known. She had made her choice. She would break the bond between herself and Hippomenes. The love they had shared would remain in the past, where it belonged. Meanwhile, Hippomenes searched desperately for Atalanta. He could sense the change in her, the distance that had grown between them since the race. Her smiles had become few and far between. Her once fiery spirit now muted by something he couldn't understand. No matter how much he tried to reassure her, no matter how much he loved her, he could not break through the walls that had suddenly risen between them. Hippomenes had never felt so lost. He had been blinded by love, a love he had fought for, a love he believed would make them both happy. But now it seemed like a dream that had shattered, leaving only the fragments of their shared memories. He had won the race, he had won her heart, but the love they shared now felt like a hollow victory. He wandered the streets of the palace, searching for Atalanta, but she was nowhere to be found. His heart ached with each passing moment. He knew something was wrong, but he didn't know how to fix it. He had tried to do everything right, yet the distance between them continued to grow. At last, as the sun began to set, Hippomenes found her, standing by the edge of the forest. The once familiar sight of her silhouette, framed by the darkening trees, now filled him with dread. The air between them seemed thick with unspoken words, and the weight of the moment pressed heavily upon him. Atalanta, he said softly, his voice carrying the pain he had been hiding. Please, what is happening? Why are you pulling away from me? Atalanta turned to face him, her expression unreadable, her eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and determination. I've made my decision, Hippomenes. Her voice was steady, though it quivered with the effort of what she was about to say. I cannot be with you anymore. The love we shared, it's not mine to keep. Hippomenes stared at her, his heart sinking. What do you mean? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I love you, Atalanta. We were meant to be together. Atalanta closed her eyes, the pain of her words almost too much to bear. She had never wanted to hurt him, but she knew that this was the only way she could truly be free. The love you have for me, it's the curse of Aphrodite. It's not the love I wanted, and it's not the love I can live with. Hippomenes reached for her, his hand trembling. No, please don't say that. We can fight this together. We can find a way to be free from the curse. Atalanta shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. I can't, Hippomenes. The gods have done this to me, and I cannot fight their will. I am not the woman I was before. I cannot be the woman you want me to be. The words stung, cutting deep into his soul. He had always known their love would face challenges, but never like this. He had never imagined that their love would be a curse, a force that would drive them apart instead of bringing them together. Atalanta stepped back, her heart breaking with each step. Goodbye, Hippomenes. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it carried the finality of the decision she had made. I will always remember you, but I cannot stay. As she turned and walked into the depths of the forest, her heart weighed down by the pain of her choice, she felt a sense of freedom, a freedom she had longed for but could not fully embrace. The love she had been forced to accept had kept her captive for so long, but now, in leaving it behind, she could finally begin the process of healing. Hippomenes stood frozen in place, his eyes following her retreating figure, his heart shattered. But in that moment, he realized that no matter how much he loved her, he could not hold her captive in a life she did not choose. He had won the race, but the true victory would never come from forcing love. It would come from letting her go. In the days that followed, Atalanta retreated deeper into the forest, far away from the kingdom and the life she had once known. The wilds called to her, their whispers offering a promise of freedom and a chance to rediscover herself. It was there, in the solitude of nature, that she would begin the long journey of healing. As the months passed, Atalanta's heart began to heal. The weight of the curse lifted, though the scars it had left behind would never fully fade. She was still the same warrior, the same huntress she had been before. But now, she was also something more, a woman who had learned to choose her own destiny, no matter how painful the cost. And as the seasons changed and the earth shifted, Atalanta, the wild-hearted huntress, found her peace once more, not in the love of another, but in the strength of her own spirit. Atalanta had spent months wandering the wilds, the dense forests and rugged mountains, where she had once found solace in her youth. The forest was no longer just her refuge. It had become her sanctuary, a place where she could hear the whispers of the earth beneath her feet, where the winds could speak her name and remind her of who she truly was: free, independent, untamed. The weight of Aphrodite's curse, though it still lingered like a shadow, had loosened its grip on her heart. Time and distance from the world she had once known had healed the wounds left by her forced love. And though she would never forget the man she had loved, Atalanta had come to understand that love could not be a prison. It was a gift, but it was not the only thing that defined her. In the quiet of the forest, as she hunted alone, Atalanta had found something she hadn't expected: a peace within herself. The hunger for freedom had been replaced by a sense of wholeness, a feeling that she could finally move forward without the chains of the past holding her back. Yet, the world outside had not forgotten her. Her fame as a huntress, as a warrior, still echoed in the halls of kingdoms far away. And even as Atalanta lived a life of solitude, she knew that trials awaited her, trials that would test her strength, her resolve, and her newfound freedom. It was on a crisp autumn evening that the messenger arrived, a young warrior from the kingdom Atalanta had once called home. He came to her with a message from King Iasus, her father. The old king, though proud of his daughter's independence, had grown frail in his years. His kingdom, once prosperous, had begun to falter. There were threats on the horizon, rival kingdoms seeking to take what was theirs. And in his old age, King Iasus could no longer protect his people as he once had. The messenger delivered the king's plea. Atalanta's strength was needed once again. Her skills as a warrior were legendary, and her presence could turn the tide in the face of the coming war. King Iasus called upon her, not as a daughter, but as a warrior, a protector of their land. Atalanta, though she had sought to leave that life behind, knew that the call of duty could not be ignored. She had once fought for her kingdom, for the people who had relied on her. Now, though she had healed and found her peace, she felt the familiar stirring of purpose, the knowledge that, once again, she was being summoned to protect those who needed her strength. But this time, she was no longer the same woman who had left the palace. She was not the princess bound by the expectations of her father's throne. She was Atalanta, the huntress, free to choose her path, yet still bound by the honor that called her to fight. As Atalanta entered the gates of the kingdom, she was met with a mix of awe and uncertainty. The people of the kingdom had long heard tales of her strength, her ability to outrun even the swiftest of foes. But now, as they gazed upon the woman who had once been their princess, they saw someone who had changed, someone who had been freed from the bonds of royal life, yet still carried with her the weight of her family's bloodline. Atalanta walked through the grand halls of the palace once again, the familiar walls and chambers filled with memories. The echoes of her past seemed to linger, but this time she did not feel confined by them. She had lived in freedom, and she knew that nothing could take that away from her. In the throne room, she found her father, King Iasus, his face drawn with age and sorrow. He looked at her with a mixture of pride and regret. She had been his only child, the heir to his throne, yet she had never been the heir he had envisioned. Atalanta, he said, his voice trembling slightly, I know you have left this life behind, but the kingdom needs you. Atalanta gazed at her father, her heart heavy with conflicting emotions. She had loved him, but his expectations had never been her own. She had wanted to be free, to live on her own terms, to follow the call of the wild. But now, the weight of responsibility pressed upon her once again. Father, she said, her voice steady, I have fought for this kingdom once, but I no longer belong here. I am a huntress, not a queen. I cannot be what you want me to be. King Iasus's face hardened with the realization of her words. He had known, deep down, that Atalanta could never be the woman he wanted. But still, he held out hope. But you are my daughter, Atalanta. You are the future of this kingdom. Atalanta's eyes softened, but her resolve remained unshaken. I am not the future of this kingdom, father. I am the future of the wilds. She paused, then added, but I will fight for you, if you need me, not as your daughter, but as a warrior. Atalanta's decision was made, and she stepped onto the battlefield once more. This time, she was no longer fighting for the throne, nor for her father's approval. She was fighting for the people, for the land she had once known, but also for the freedom she had earned. The battle was fierce, with the rival kingdoms pressing forward with all their might. But Atalanta, leading the charge, proved to be an unstoppable force. With her bow in hand and her speed unmatched, she cut through the battlefield like a storm. Her grace and strength were a testament to the woman she had become, not a princess, but a warrior, a symbol of the wildness that could never be tamed. As the dust of battle settled, the rival armies were defeated, and the kingdom stood victorious once again. Atalanta, standing at the front lines, felt a strange mix of satisfaction and emptiness. She had saved her people, but in doing so, she had not regained what she had lost. She had protected the kingdom, but she had not found the peace she sought. The battle had been won, but the true victory lay in something she had not yet understood. The battle was over, and Atalanta returned to the quiet of the forest, where she could once again feel the winds whispering her name. She had fulfilled her duty, but she had also come to realize that her true path lay not in the palace or the throne, but in the wilds she had once embraced. Atalanta's heart had been through much, cursed by love, torn between duty and desire, and tested by the trials of both gods and mortals. But in the end, she had emerged stronger than ever before, not because she had won battles or earned the approval of her father, but because she had learned to embrace the wildness in her soul. She was free, truly free, not from the love she had once feared, but from the expectations that had bound her. And so, Atalanta, the huntress, the warrior, the woman of the wild, would continue her journey, not as a queen or a daughter, but as a force of nature, untamed and unstoppable. The story of Persephone's return, a journey of love, loss, and rebirth. The earth was waking up from its deep slumber. The once barren land, frozen and still under the watch of winter's icy breath, began to stretch and stir as spring's warmth crept over it. Flowers of every color dotted the plains, and the sun's golden rays painted the sky with soft hues of pink and amber. It was the season of rebirth, a time when the earth itself seemed to sigh in relief, and all life began anew. But for Persephone, the queen of the underworld, the changing seasons were far more than a natural cycle. They were a constant reminder of the conflict between light and darkness that raged within her soul. She was the daughter of Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, and though her heart was bound to the earth, she could never escape the grasp of the cold shadows that pulled her down to the underworld. Persephone had long been caught in the tug of war between her mother's nurturing love and the forceful pull of Hades, the god of the underworld, her husband. A forceful marriage arranged by the gods themselves. It had never been of her choosing. Persephone was a goddess of purity and beauty, the embodiment of spring's innocence. Yet she was also the bride of darkness, Hades' consort, in the shadowy realms beneath the earth. Her heart, like the seasons, was torn between two worlds, each as vivid as the other, but equally cold. One spring day, as Persephone wandered through the lush, blossoming meadows of Olympus, her mother Demeter kept a close eye on her, ever vigilant, fearful of the dangers lurking in the shadows. The ground beneath Persephone's feet was soft and yielding, the sweet scent of flowers filling the air. Demeter, with her ever guarding gaze, had always been protective of her daughter, shielding her from the temptations and dangers of the world outside. But Hades, ever determined, never ceased his watch over Persephone. Beneath his cold, stern exterior lay an intense, often possessive love, a love that could not be sated by the daylight hours or the warm embrace of spring. Persephone belonged to the dark, whether she willed it or not, and Hades had long waited for the moment when his queen would return to him. The moment came swiftly, as moments of great change often do. It was a day like any other, when Persephone wandered a little too far from her mother's protective gaze. As she walked through the meadow, entranced by the blossoms and the bright sun, a dark chasm opened beneath her feet, and before she could even call out, Hades appeared. He rose from the earth like a shadow, swift and silent. His hands, strong as the deepest stone, grabbed her, pulling her into the very earth that had once been her sanctuary. The earth trembled as Hades dragged Persephone into the underworld, a realm as cold as it was eternal. The flowers she had admired moments before withered and died beneath her feet, their colors fading into the shadows. Persephone, who had once been a vibrant child of the spring, now found herself trapped in a world of endless night and sorrow. The air was thick with the scent of decay, the stone walls gleaming with the faintest light from the underworld's depths. "You will be mine, Persephone," Hades murmured in his deep, gravelly voice. Though his words held a quiet command, they were laced with something else, something Persephone had yet to fully understand. There was a strange magnetism in his presence, something that pulled at the very essence of her being. But the Queen of the Spring did not want to surrender to him. Not now, not ever. Far above them, on the surface, Demeter called for her daughter in a frantic frenzy. She searched high and low, her grief and panic growing with each passing hour. The earth itself seemed to mourn the loss of its queen, and all harvests ceased. Crops withered, trees barren and lifeless, as Demeter's sorrow spread like wildfire through the lands. Persephone, my child, Demeter cried. But the springtime that had once bloomed in her daughter's wake was now covered in an endless winter. The earth itself seemed to weep for the daughter of the harvest goddess, its beauty slipping away like sand through fingers. In the underworld, Persephone's grief was profound. The darkness pressed in on her from all sides. She wandered the endless halls, the air heavy with the weight of 1,000 souls, each one trapped in eternal silence. Her once vibrant form began to fade beneath the oppressive gloom, and she felt her will being crushed, piece by piece, by the endless cold. Yet, despite her sorrow, there was a flicker of resistance. She was Persephone, daughter of Demeter, goddess of the harvest. The earth had once been her domain, and she knew its rhythms, its pulse, its very heartbeat. Slowly, as the days turned into weeks, Persephone began to reclaim what was hers. She would not be broken by the darkness. Her strength was born from the earth itself, and she was as much a part of it as the flowers that bloomed under her mother's watch. Hades, for all his power, was not immune to her presence. He had taken Persephone as his bride, but in the silence of the underworld, he found himself drawn to her in ways he had not expected. He had desired her for her beauty, yes, but there was something more. Persephone was not just a goddess of spring, of life. She was also a goddess of rebirth, of transformation, of the eternal cycle that defined all existence. And Hades, in his cold, eternal domain, recognized the importance of this cycle. He had brought Persephone to the underworld not just to claim her as his queen, but to bring life back to his kingdom, to infuse it with the vitality it had long lacked. As Demeter's grief continued to spread throughout the earth, the gods themselves took notice. Zeus, the mighty ruler of Olympus, called a council of the gods to address the crisis that had struck the earth. The crops had failed, the people suffered, and the world seemed to be on the brink of an eternal winter. It was in this moment of desperation that Zeus made a decision. He summoned Hades and Persephone to a meeting, hoping to find a solution to the growing catastrophe. After much negotiation, a deal was struck. Persephone would spend half of the year with Hades in the underworld, ruling by his side, and the other half on the surface with her mother, Demeter. It was a compromise, a fragile peace that would heal the earth, if only for a time. When Persephone finally returned to the surface of the earth, she felt a deep relief, a lightness she had not known in months. The sun's warmth on her skin was intoxicating, and the earth beneath her feet hummed with the energy of life. The flowers bloomed, the trees burst into bloom, and the crops flourished once again as Demeter's joy and relief spread across the land. But as she stepped onto the earth she had once known, Persephone felt torn. The underworld, despite its cold and silence, had become a part of her, and she knew that the balance of life and death required both light and darkness. She could not escape that duality, and so, like the seasons, she would forever be tied between two worlds, one of life and the other of death. In the spring, Persephone would walk freely across the blooming fields, a queen of life, a goddess of rebirth. Yet as winter approached, she would return to the shadowy depths of the underworld, where she was queen over the souls of the dead, an eternal reminder that even in darkness there is power and beauty. The earth, too, would forever be changed. The crops would always bloom in spring and fade in winter, a cycle that would continue for all eternity. The love between Persephone and Hades, once marked by darkness, became something more, an understanding of the balance that must exist between life and death, between joy and sorrow. When Persephone descended once more into the depths of the underworld, it was as though the earth itself sighed. The warmth of spring faded from her spirit, and the cold embrace of the shadowy realm tightened around her heart once again. Yet, despite the chill that now filled her veins, there was a part of her that had changed, a quiet strength that had emerged during her time above ground. In the underworld, she was no longer just the helpless bride of Hades. She was a queen, and her reign was not one of submission, but of balance. She had learned the power of patience, of endurance, and of acceptance. Her heart, once filled with longing for the world above, now embraced the responsibility she had in the land of the dead. She had come to understand that her life would always be divided, her heart torn between two worlds, but in that division there was strength. Hades, who had once seemed distant, cold, and possessive, now seemed more like a reluctant ally. His love for Persephone was genuine, though it often manifested as a forceful control. He had taken her from the earth, but he too had come to depend on her presence, her light, to sustain the life within his shadowy kingdom. Despite their differences, Persephone could feel his admiration and need for her, and in her own quiet way, she had come to understand him as more than just a ruler of the dead. Her duties in the underworld were vast. She ruled alongside Hades, overseeing the souls who wandered through the shadowy corridors. She made the decisions about their afterlife, deciding who would be allowed rest and who would face torment. Persephone had come to learn that even in death, there was a need for justice, for the balance of fate to be maintained. She could not undo the mistakes of the souls who had come to her realm, but she could offer them something: peace. As much as Persephone had learned to accept her dual life, there were times when her heart would ache for the world above. The sight of the green fields and the scent of blossoms were forever imprinted on her soul. She would close her eyes and remember the laughter of the nymphs dancing through the meadows and the joy of watching the crops burst into life under the care of her mother, Demeter. It was a peace she could never forget, a peace she had lost. When Persephone returned to the surface, she did so with great joy, but the separation from the underworld felt heart-wrenching. She had become conflicted. Her heart could never fully belong to one world. It was impossible to sever the ties she had with the underworld, where she was queen and ruler. Yet, when she returned to her mother's embrace, the warmth of spring always filled her soul. For those brief months, she was alive again, in every sense of the word, as she took on the role of the goddess of life, guiding the earth through its rebirth. Each year, she found herself torn by her duty her love for both realms, and the loneliness that neither world could entirely satisfy. Even as she walked the earth and celebrated its harvests, the shadow of the underworld never truly left her. It whispered to her in her dreams, a call she could never fully ignore. Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, had always been a protective mother, but in the years since Persephone's abduction, her worry had only deepened. As the earth blossomed and withered with the changing seasons, Demeter found herself increasingly despondent. The earth seemed to mirror her pain. When Persephone was with her, the crops flourished, the winds blew warm, and the flowers bloomed. But when Persephone was absent, Demeter's sorrow caused the earth to wither. The people cried for food, and the animals were restless. Yet, despite Demeter's grief, she recognized something in Persephone, a strength and a power that had grown in her daughter. Persephone was no longer the naive girl who had been taken against her will. She had become stronger, more compassionate, and wiser, though Demeter longed for the days when her daughter would never leave her side. She also knew that Persephone's time in the underworld had shaped her in ways that the surface world could not. "My child," Demeter would often say, as they embraced in the fleeting moments when Persephone returned, "you are a goddess of life and death, and though I long for your presence, I know you belong to both worlds now." Her voice would falter, but she would smile through her tears, understanding that the cycle of life had to be embraced, no matter how painful it was for a mother to let go. Despite the happiness that Persephone found in returning to the surface, the world below still held her in its grasp. Each time she descended, the underworld seemed to grow darker, as though the balance of life and death had grown too unsteady. Persephone could feel the weight of the souls who wandered, the restlessness of those trapped in eternal waiting. The kingdom of the dead had become more alive, as though it thrived on her presence, on her ability to offer hope to the souls trapped there. Yet in that very hope, she began to feel the deepening pull of her own unresolved emotions. She knew the underworld was a place of darkness, and that darkness had its place. It kept the cycle of life in balance. But she also knew that her very presence, her love for life, was what allowed that balance to exist. As queen, she represented the understanding of life's dualities: birth and death, light and dark, joy and sorrow. She ruled not with an iron fist, but with compassion, embracing both light and shadow. In her quietest moments, when she was alone in the halls of the underworld, Persephone would question her choices. Could she ever truly find peace between these two worlds? Could she reconcile her duty to the dead with the life she longed to live in the sunlight? Yet, she knew that every year the choice would be made for her. When the time came, the earth would call her back, the winds would change, the blossoms would begin to bloom, and once again, she would be torn between the world she loved and the realm she ruled. Persephone had become a symbol of the dualities of existence, the cycle of life that the earth could never escape. She had lived through the pain of separation, the joy of reunion, and the acceptance of the eternal dance between life and death. She had come to understand that her life was meant to be lived in balance. Her love for Hades, once a bond forged in forced captivity, had transformed into something deeper, something that could never fully be explained. Hades, for all his darkness, had a love for Persephone that was genuine, born not out of possessiveness, but out of the understanding that she was the key to the underworld's prosperity. And so, Persephone's role as his queen was not just a duty, it was a partnership, one born of necessity, love, and balance. In her return to the surface, she had learned that the earth would continue to turn without her, but the underworld, too, would continue without the light of her presence. Both realms needed her, and both needed each other. Persephone had finally accepted that she would never truly be free of her dual existence. Instead, she chose to embrace it, for it was her role in the grand design of life itself. As the year passed and the seasons began to change once more, Persephone found herself standing once again at the threshold of her two worlds, each equally demanding, each pulling at her soul. She stood at the entrance to the underworld, her gaze lingering on the familiar path that would lead her to her dark kingdom, but her heart remained conflicted. She could hear the laughter of the earth above calling her back, the warm breezes of spring whispering her name, yet the cold call of the underworld echoed within her, a reminder of the weight of her responsibilities. Persephone had long accepted that she would forever be the queen of both realms, ruling as the bridge between life and death. But each time she crossed the boundary, something within her shifted. She was not simply a goddess of the spring, nor was she just the ruler of the dead. She had become something more, something stronger. The pain of the underworld, the suffering she had witnessed in the souls of the departed, had given her a depth of understanding she could never have reached without it. Each time she returned to the surface, she was reminded of the fleeting beauty of life, its transience, its fragility. She had learned to appreciate the fragility of life in a way no one else could understand. She had seen what awaited on the other side, and in doing so, she had learned to value the moments of joy, love, and growth that sprang from the earth. Spring, to Persephone, was no longer just a season of rebirth. It was a time of remembrance of the cycle of life that was both precious and fragile. Hades, too, had played a part in her growth. His kingdom had become her crucible, a place where she was forged and remade. Though the shadows of the underworld were ever present, Persephone now saw them not as something to fear, but as part of the eternal dance of existence. Life could not exist without death, and death could not exist without life. Though Persephone had come to terms with her role as queen of the underworld, the relationship between her and Hades was still complex. Their bond, forged in an unexpected marriage, had evolved over time. In the beginning, Hades had been little more than the dark figure who had claimed her, cold and distant, a god of the underworld who seemed as though he cared little for the world above. But time had changed them both. Hades had come to understand that Persephone was not just a bride to be kept in the shadows. She was a goddess of transformation, of renewal, and of the cycles that governed life and death. Persephone had come to see Hades as more than the god of the dead. He was a ruler burdened by the weight of his realm, a ruler who, in his own way, sought balance in a world of eternal darkness. Though their love was not born of typical romance, it was still deep and strong. Persephone had once believed that she could never find joy in the underworld, but now she had come to understand that love could be found even in the darkest places, and that darkness, though cold, was not without its own beauty. Hades, for his part, had softened over time. His love for Persephone was now something he cherished deeply, not just as his queen, but as a being who brought light into his world of shadows. There were moments when he allowed himself to show a gentler side, moments when his mask of cold detachment slipped away, and he would look upon Persephone with something akin to affection, a love that was as strange and complex as the realms they ruled. Despite the understanding she had gained, Persephone's life was not without its inner conflicts. She had grown accustomed to her role as both the goddess of life and death, but each year, as the seasons turned, she could not help but feel the pull between these two worlds. She would always love the earth, love the sun, the flowers, and the warmth. The surface was where her heart truly belonged, and every time she had to descend into the shadows, she would feel a pang of sorrow. But in the underworld, she had a sense of power and purpose. She had witnessed firsthand the cycles of life and death, and she had become a part of them. Her role as queen was not one of mere subjugation, it was a vital part of the cosmic order. She was the one who ensured the souls of the departed had their place in the afterlife, the one who kept the balance between life and death. There were moments when she felt that she could not be fully whole in either world. She was the goddess who bridged the gap, who stood between the living and the dead, between the seasons of warmth and the cold of the underworld. It was a solitary existence, one marked by both purpose and loneliness. And yet, there was something in that solitude that gave her strength. Persephone understood that her existence, torn between two realms, was a reflection of the world itself. The earth itself was a place of constant change, a place where life and death intertwined to create the natural cycle. Her role was to maintain that balance, and in doing so, she found meaning in the tension between these forces. As the days grew shorter and winter began to take hold, Persephone felt the call of the underworld once again. The time had come for her to return, but this time something was different. This time, she did not descend as the reluctant bride, but as the queen who had learned the true meaning of balance. She had come to understand that the cycle of life could not exist without death, just as death could not exist without life. In her time spent on the surface, Persephone had found her voice. She had come to understand the importance of the world above, its light, its growth, and its renewal. She had also come to understand the significance of the world below, its stillness, its reflection, and its finality. The two realms were not opposites, but complements, and in embracing both, she had learned the true nature of her power. When Persephone entered the underworld once again, she did so not as a reluctant queen, but as a goddess of transformation, a goddess who had the power to shape both worlds. As she sat beside Hades in his throne room, she knew that their bond was stronger than ever. Their love, forged in darkness, was now a love that transcended their realms. Each year, Persephone would walk the earth as the goddess of spring, the bringer of life. Each year, she would return to the underworld as the queen of the dead, the bringer of peace to the souls that wandered in the darkness. And in that eternal cycle, she found the balance that defined her existence. Her journey was no longer one of conflict, but of understanding. She was a goddess who had embraced the full spectrum of existence, From the warmth of spring to the cold of death, she was the queen of both worlds, and in her reign she had brought harmony to the land of the living and the dead. Persephone's transformation was complete. She had learned to embrace both light and shadow, and in doing so, she had become a symbol of the eternal cycle of life and death, growth and decay, and rebirth. She was no longer just a goddess caught between two realms. She was a goddess who had found peace in her role, who understood that both realms were necessary for the world to thrive. And as long as the seasons turned, as long as the earth breathed, Persephone would remain the eternal queen of both life and death, a goddess whose reign would never end. As Persephone sat upon her throne in the underworld, she no longer felt the sharp pang of longing for the earth. Her reign had transformed from a burden to a powerful symbol of balance. She had learned, over the years, that both worlds needed her, each as much as the other, and in this realization, she had found a deep and profound peace. She had embraced the duality of her nature, knowing that her very existence was intertwined with the cycles that governed life and death. In the underworld, Persephone's wisdom as queen grew with each passing season. Her power was not based on brute strength, but on the understanding that death was not an end, but a part of the larger circle of life. The souls that passed through her realm were not to be feared, but understood. She offered them comfort and peace, guiding them through the afterlife with a gentle hand. It was a duty she had come to love, for she had learned that in death, as in life, there could be rebirth. Each year, as the earth above blossomed in spring, Persephone would return, her heart filled with joy at the sight of the earth's renewal. The flowers bloomed, the trees grew strong, and the crops flourished. As Demeter welcomed her daughter with open arms, Persephone too felt the familiar warmth of the world she had once called home. But she no longer saw the earth as a place to escape to. It had become a part of her. She was not just the goddess of spring, she was the embodiment of the cyclical nature of all things. And yet, when the seasons began to change and the chill of autumn arrived, Persephone knew it was time to return to the underworld. There was no more sorrow in this parting. There was no longer any bitterness in the darkened halls where Hades ruled. It was simply a part of the eternal balance, and she had accepted her role within it. In the underworld, Hades had come to respect and cherish Persephone, not only as his queen, but as a partner in every sense of the word. Their relationship had evolved from one of duty and necessity into a true partnership built on mutual respect. Hades, often misunderstood as a cold and distant god, had become softer in his love for Persephone. He had learned to value her wisdom, and as they ruled together, their kingdom flourished. The underworld, once a realm of eternal darkness, had become a place of peace under their reign. Souls no longer wandered aimlessly in torment, for Persephone's compassion had infused the kingdom with a new purpose. The spirits who passed through the gates of the underworld were not punished. They were guided. Hades ensured their fates were just, while Persephone provided them with the comfort and clarity they needed to move on. The two rulers balanced each other perfectly. Where one was stern, the other was gentle. Where one ruled with the law, the other ruled with empathy. In their reign, the underworld became a place where souls could find rest, final peace, before their journey to the next life. And in this peace, Persephone found her purpose, for she was more than just the queen of spring. She was the guardian of the souls, the protector of the cycle that governed both life and death. Though the seasons turned and Persephone returned to her mother, Demeter was not saddened by their parting. The mother had seen the transformation in her daughter. Persephone had grown from a girl trapped between two worlds into a powerful goddess who embraced her duality. Demeter had once feared losing her daughter, but now she saw that Persephone was stronger, wiser, and more capable than ever before. As Persephone's reign continued, her wisdom spread beyond the walls of the underworld. It was not just in the kingdom of the dead that her influence was felt. It was in the lives of all those who walked the earth, from the humble farmer to the greatest warrior. Persephone taught the importance of balance, the understanding that life was fragile, that joy and sorrow, creation and destruction were parts of a larger design. Every day was a chance to grow, to understand, and to contribute to the endless cycle of life. In her return to the earth, Persephone shared her wisdom with those who sought it. She would walk among the living in the guise of a simple woman, offering guidance to those who struggled with loss, with love, and with the fears of mortality. She would remind them that death was not the end, but a continuation of the cycle, a part of the larger story of life. The earth would eventually take all that it gave, but it would give back just as much in time. The people of the earth revered Persephone not just as a goddess of spring, but as a symbol of renewal. They built altars to her in their homes and fields, offering small sacrifices in hopes of receiving her blessing. The harvests were rich and bountiful when Persephone was with them, and they understood that it was her touch that brought life to the land. But even in her absence, they knew she was still there, watching over them, ensuring that the cycles of the earth would continue. As the centuries passed, Persephone's role in the grand design of the world became clearer. She was not just a goddess who governed the seasons or the underworld. She was a living embodiment of the cosmic cycle itself. From the moment she was taken by Hades to the present day, Persephone had come to represent the truth that all things in life must change, must end, and must be reborn. Every flower that bloomed, every leaf that fell, was a reflection of her journey. Persephone's story became a reminder that life was both fleeting and eternal. It was a story of growth and decay, of light and darkness, and of the balance between these forces. She had learned to accept both sides of her existence, and in doing so, had become the queen of all worlds, both the living and the dead. And so, her legacy lived on, not just in the realms she ruled, but in the hearts of all who sought to understand the nature of life and death. Persephone was a goddess who bridged worlds, who had transformed from a captive bride into a powerful ruler. She was not a goddess of destruction, but of transformation. She had changed the world by embracing both light and shadow, by teaching the world that life, in all its forms, must be understood as part of an ongoing cycle. Story: The Odyssey of Odysseus, a tale of courage and cunning. On a rugged little island called Ithaca, where the waves crashed like thunder and the cliffs stood like stubborn old men refusing to bow, a boy named Odysseus was born. His father, Laertes, was king, a tough, weathered man who ruled with a steady hand. His mother, Anticlea, was softer, her eyes full of stories and secrets. They say the gods themselves had a hand in shaping Odysseus, whispering promises into the wind that carried his first cries. Maybe it was Hermes, the trickster god, who slipped a spark of cleverness into his soul. Or maybe it was Athena, goddess of wisdom, who saw something special in the squalling bundle and decided to keep an eye on him. Odysseus grew up fast, the way kids do when the world around them is wild and unforgiving. Ithaca wasn't a place for the weak. Goats roamed the rocky hills. The sea churned with restless energy, and the people scratched out a living from the stubborn earth. But Odysseus, he thrived. He'd scamper up cliffs to snatch eggs from seabird nests, grinning as the wind tugged at his dark curls. He'd sit at his father's feet, listening to tales of heroes and wars, his sharp green eyes drinking in every word. By the time he was old enough to hold a spear, folks already whispered that he was different, smarter, quicker, a boy with a mind like a maze. One day, when he was barely 12, a storm hit Ithaca, a real monster, the kind that made fishermen pray and mothers clutch their kids tight. The waves swallowed half the harbor, and a trader's ship smashed against the rocks, spilling cargo across the shore. While the grown-ups argued about who owned what, Odysseus slipped out with a few friends. They didn't just salvage the wreckage. They rigged a pulley from broken planks and rope, hauling barrels of wine and grain back to town before the tide could claim them. Laertes found him soaked to the bone, barking orders like a little general, and laughed so hard he nearly cried. "That's my boy," he said, clapping Odysseus on the shoulder. "You've got a head for trouble, and for fixing it." Years rolled by, and Odysseus grew into a man, tall, wiry, with a voice that could charm a snake or command a crowd. He married Penelope, a woman as clever as he was, with a smile that could melt stone and a patience that rivaled the tides. They had a son, Telemachus, a squirming bundle of noise and promise. Life was good, too good maybe, because the gods don't let men like Odysseus sit still for long. Trouble came knocking when Odysseus was in his prime, ruling Ithaca with a steady hand and a sharp mind. It started with a rumor. Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world, wife of King Menelaus, had been snatched by Paris, a slick-talking prince from Troy. The kings of Greece were bound by an oath to defend her honor, and Odysseus, clever as he was, had helped craft that oath years ago. He'd hoped it'd never come to anything. He was wrong. When the messengers arrived, banging on his door with their dusty sandals and grim faces, Odysseus tried to dodge the call. He didn't want war, not with a wife he adored and a son still toddling around the palace. So he pulled a stunt. He hitched an ox and a donkey to a plow and started carving crooked lines through his fields, tossing salt instead of seeds. "Gone mad," he muttered loud enough for the visitors to hear, a wild glint in his eye. It almost worked, until Palamedes, a sly warrior with a nose for tricks, grabbed little Telemachus and plopped him right in the plow's path. Odysseus yanked the reins hard, saving his son, and the jig was up. The messengers smirked. "Crazy, huh? Guess you're sane enough to fight." So he went. He kissed Penelope goodbye, her eyes wet but steady, and promised he'd come back. He ruffled Telemachus's hair, slung a spear over his shoulder, and sailed off with 12 ships and a crew of Ithaca's toughest. The sea stretched out before him, endless and unforgiving, and something in his gut told him this wouldn't be quick. Troy was a beast of a city, walls like mountains, warriors like wolves. The war dragged on for 10 years, a brutal slog of blood and bronze. Odysseus wasn't the strongest. Achilles had that crown, but he was the smartest. When tempers flared between Achilles and Agamemnon, threatening to splinter the Greek army, Odysseus stepped in, his words smooth as oil, stitching the alliance back together. He fought too, spear flashing in the sun, but his real weapon was his mind. Then came the turning point. 10 years in, with both sides battered and stubborn, Odysseus hatched a plan so wild it sounded like a fever dream. Build a horse, he said one night, firelight flickering on his face. A big one. Wood. Hollow. We'll hide inside. Let the Trojans drag it in as a trophy. The generals stared, jaws slack, but he grinned that crooked grin of his. Trust me. They did. It took days. Sawing, hammering, swearing, but they built it. A towering wooden horse, a gift wrapped in trickery. Odysseus and a handful of men climbed inside, sweating in the dark, while the rest of the army faked a retreat. The Trojans, drunk on victory, hauled the horse through their gates, cheering like fools. Night fell. Odysseus kicked open the trapdoor, and out they poured, silent as shadows, deadly as wolves. They opened the gates, the Greek army flooded in, and Troy burned. 10 years of war ended in one night, all because of a man who thought harder than he fought. But victory came with a price. As the ships sailed home, Odysseus couldn't resist a boast. We did it, he shouted into the wind, fists raised. No gods, no fate, just us. The sea churned, the sky darkened, and somewhere deep below, Poseidon, god of the waves, heard him. A curse took root that night, one that would stretch a journey of days into a decade of torment. The trouble started fast. Storms battered the fleet. Winds howled like banshees. And soon Odysseus's 12 ships were scattered. They washed up on an island thick with trees and mystery, the kind of place that felt alive with secrets. The men were starving, their rations gone, so Odysseus led a scouting party inland. They found a cave piled high with cheese, wool, and fat lambs, a shepherd's stash. We'll take what we need, he said, and leave payment later. His crew dug in, gorging on the bounty. Then the ground shook. A shadow filled the cave mouth, a giant, one-eyed monster with a voice like thunder. Polyphemus, a cyclops, son of Poseidon himself. Who dare steal from me? He roared, rolling a boulder across the entrance, trapping them like rats. He snatched 2 men, smashed them against the walls, and ate them raw, bones and all. The crew froze, swords useless against a beast that big. But Odysseus? His mind kicked into gear. Wine, he whispered to his men, pointing to a skin they'd found. That night, he approached the Cyclops, hands steady, voice smooth. Try this, big guy. A peace offering. Polyphemus guzzled it down, the strong stuff hitting him like a landslide. What's your name, little man? He slurred, swaying. Odysseus smiled. Nobody. They call me Nobody. The giant laughed, then crashed to the ground, snoring like a storm. Odysseus didn't waste time. He grabbed a broken spear, heated it in the fire till it glowed, and with his men's help, drove it into the Cyclops' single eye. Polyphemus howled, thrashing blind, screaming, Nobody's killing me! His kin rushed to the cave, but when they heard nobody was the culprit, they shrugged and left. Clever, right? Odysseus wasn't done. He tied his men under the giant's sheep, and when Polyphemus rolled the boulder aside to let his flock out, they slipped away, clinging to woolly bellies. Back on the ship, Odysseus couldn't resist one last jab. If anyone asks who blinded you, say it was Odysseus of Ithaca, he yelled as they sailed off. The Cyclops roared, hurling rocks that barely missed, and called out to his father, Poseidon, curse him, make him suffer. The sea growled in answer. Odysseus had won the battle, but he'd just lit the fuse on a decade-long war with a god. The sea wasn't done with Odysseus yet. After escaping Polyphemus, his ships limped along, sails tattered, men shaken. The air felt heavy, like it was holding its breath, and Odysseus knew Poseidon's wrath was lurking beneath the waves. Days blurred into nights, hunger gnawing at their bellies, until a speck of green appeared on the horizon, an island floating like a dream. It was Aeolia, home of Aeolus, the keeper of the winds. They dragged their ships ashore, boots sinking into soft sand, and found a palace carved into a cliff, all smooth stone and shimmering shells. Aeolus greeted them like a king hosting a party, tall, wiry, with a beard that danced in the breeze, and eyes that sparkled with mischief. You look like men who've danced with death, he said, his voice a low hum. Stay a while. Eat. Tell me your story. Odysseus, never one to turn down a meal or a chance to talk, spun the tale of Troy and the Cyclops, his words painting pictures in the smoky air. Iolaus listened, leaning forward, a grin tugging at his lips. When the story ended, Iolaus clapped his hands. You're a rare one, Odysseus. I'll help you home. He handed over a leather bag, bulging and tied tight with silver cord. Inside are all the winds but the west one. It'll blow you straight to Ithaca. Keep it closed, or you're done for. Odysseus took it, feeling the bag squirm like a living thing, and nodded. You've got my word. They sailed off, the west wind singing in the sails, Ithaca so close, Odysseus could almost smell the olive groves. 9 days they glided, the crew whispering about home, their voices light for the first time in weeks. Odysseus gripped the helm, eyes locked on the horizon, refusing to sleep. But exhaustion is a thief. It crept in, and his lids drooped just for a moment. That's when it happened. His men, restless and suspicious, huddled near the bag. He's hiding treasure, one muttered, eyeing the silver cord. Gold from Aeolus. Bet you anything. Greed won out. They sliced the bag open, and chaos exploded. Winds howled free, a tornado of fury that flung the ships back into the wild sea. Odysseus jolted awake, shouting, but it was too late. The west wind was gone, and Ithaca vanished behind a wall of storm. They washed back to Aeolia, battered and pleading. Aeolus stood at his cliff, arms crossed, face hard. You couldn't keep it shut? He snapped. The gods must hate you, Odysseus. I won't tempt their wrath twice. Get out. The gates slammed, and the winds shoved them away, a cruel goodbye from a friend turned foe. The sea grew meaner after that, as if Poseidon was flexing his muscles. The fleet, 11 ships now, one lost to the winds, stumbled into a quiet harbor ringed by cliffs, a place that looked too perfect to be safe. Laestrygonia, they'd learned too late. Odysseus anchored his ship outside, gut tingling with unease, while the others sailed in, eager for fresh water and rest. 3 scouts went ashore, boots crunching on gravel, and met a girl, tall, pale, with eyes like a predator's. She smiled too wide and led them to her father, Antiphates, king of the Laestrygonians. Odysseus stayed back, watching from the deck, when a scream split the air. Antiphates wasn't a man, he was a giant, a cannibal with teeth like daggers. He snatched a scout, tore into him like a wolf, and roared for his kin. The cliffs erupted with more giants, hurling boulders the size of houses. The harbor turned red, ships splintered under the onslaught, men screaming as they were plucked from the water and devoured. Odysseus shouted orders, his crew slashing ropes to flee. One boulder grazed his ship, splintering the rail, but they broke free, rowing hard as the others sank behind them. 11 ships went in. 1 came out. The survivors clung to the deck, pale and silent, the stench of blood still in their noses. Odysseus stood at the helm, jaw tight, staring at the horizon. "We keep going," he said, voice steady, though his hands shook. They had no choice. Home was all they had left to chase. Days bled into weeks. The lone ship creaking under the strain. Food ran low, hope thinner than the threadbare sails. Then an island loomed, Aiaia, a place of whispering trees and strange scents. Odysseus sent half his men ahead, led by Eurylochus, a wiry guy with a knack for surviving. They found a palace woven from vines, smoke curling from a chimney, and a woman singing inside, Circe, her voice honey-sweet and dangerous. She welcomed them, all smiles and flowing hair, offering wine and bread. The men ate, desperate, but Eurylochus hung back, suspicious. Good call. Moments later, Circe tapped her staff, and the crew sprouted snouts and tails, squealing as they turned into pigs. Eurylochus bolted, sprinting back to Odysseus with the news. Odysseus didn't flinch. He grabbed his sword and marched alone, boots crunching leaves, when a figure stepped from the shadows. Hermes, grinning like a kid with a secret. "You're in over your head, pal," the god said, tossing him a white flower. "Molly, eat this. It'll block her magic, then make her swear no tricks." Odysseus nodded, chewing the bitter root, and strode into the palace. Circe offered him a cup, eyes glinting. He drank, unflinching, and when she waved her staff, nothing happened. Her smile faltered. Odysseus lunged, sword at her throat. "Change them back," he growled. "Now." She laughed, low and impressed. "You're no ordinary man. Fine. Stay, and we'll talk." She kept her word, turning the pigs back to men, and Odysseus stayed. A day turned into weeks, then a year. Circe's charm was hard to resist, her palace a refuge from the sea's cruelty. But Ithaca tugged at his heart. One night, he cornered her. "I need to go home. Help me." Circe sighed, tracing his jaw. "You're a stubborn one. Fine. Go to the underworld. Find Tiresias. He'll show you the way." The underworld wasn't a trip Odysseus wanted, but he had no choice. Circe gave him a ship rigged with black sails and a ritual. Slit a sheep's throat, let the blood pool, and wait. They sailed to a misty shore, where the sun never touched, a crack in the earth leaking shadows. Odysseus knelt, poured the blood, and the dead came, ghosts swirling like smoke, hungry for life. Tiresias appeared, blind but sharp, his voice a rasp. "You'll get home, Odysseus, but it's a hard road. Poseidon's still mad, and your men are doomed. Don't touch the sun god's cattle, or you're finished." Odysseus swallowed hard, nodding. Then came others. His mother, Anticlea, pale and fragile, telling him Ithaca still waited. Agamemnon, bitter from betrayal. Achilles, a shadow of his glory, warning of pride. The ghosts pressed in, too many, and Odysseus fled, heart pounding. Back on the ship, he told his men, "We've got a map now. We just have to survive it." But their eyes were hollow. They'd seen too much death already. The sea stretched out like a restless beast after the underworld, gray and brooding under a sky that refused to brighten. Odysseus stood at the helm, Tiresias's warning rattling in his skull. More trials, more losses. Circe had given him a heads up too. Next up were the sirens, creatures with voices that could unravel a man's soul. "They'll sing you to your doom," she'd said, her eyes dark. "Plug your men's ears. Tie yourself down if you want to hear it." He didn't argue. As the ship cut through the waves, he broke off chunks of beeswax from Circe's stash, warming them in his hands till they softened. "Stuff this in your ears," he told the crew, passing it around. "No matter what you see, keep rowing." They obeyed, grim-faced, hands trembling as they worked the wax in deep. Then he turned to Eurylochus. "Rope. Tight. I'm listening." They lashed him to the mast, knots biting into his wrists, the wood rough against his back. The island crept closer, a jagged rock crowned with wildflowers, 3 figures perched like birds of prey. The sirens. Their song hit him first as a whisper, then a flood, sweet as honey, sharp as a blade. "Odysseus, hero of Troy," they sang, voices weaving through the wind. "Come rest with us. Know all things. Be a god." It wasn't just words. It was every dream he'd ever buried, every ache for glory and peace, pulling him like a tide. His knees buckled, the ropes cutting deeper as he strained. "Untie me," he roared, voice cracking. The crew didn't hear, didn't falter, oars slicing water in steady rhythm. The sirens' faces twisted, beautiful 1 second, skeletal the next, claws scraping stone as they reached for him. He thrashed, sweat stinging his eyes, the song clawing at his mind until the island faded behind them. The ropes held. The wax worked. He slumped, chest heaving, the silence louder than the song had been. "Never again," he muttered, rubbing his wrists as they cut him loose. But the sea wasn't done testing him yet. The next stretch was a nightmare with teeth. 2 monsters guarding a narrow strait, a choice no man wanted to make. Circe had laid it out plain. Charybdis, a whirlpool that could swallow the ship whole, or Scylla, a 6-headed beast that snatched sailors like snacks. "Pick the lesser evil," she'd said. "Scylla, 6 die, not all." Odysseus hadn't told the crew. He couldn't bear their eyes. The strait loomed, cliffs squeezing the sea into a chokehold. On one side, Charybdis churned, a maw of water and foam, sucking down anything that strayed too close. On the other, Scylla's cave gaped, shadows flickering inside. Odysseus gripped the helm, steering hard, his voice steady as he barked, "Row, hug the right wall." The men obeyed, sweat beading on their brows, oars groaning. Then Scylla struck. 6 necks shot out, long, sinuous, topped with heads like wolves, crossed with snakes. Jaws snapped, and 6 screams split the air. 6 men vanished, yanked from their benches, blood spraying the deck. The crew froze, oars slipping, but Odysseus roared, "Keep going! Row or we're all dead." They did, tears mixing with seawater, while Scylla's heads retreated, chewing loud enough to turn his stomach. The ship broke free, Charybdis's edge swirling, just yards away. Odysseus didn't look back, couldn't. 6 gone, 6 he'd chosen to lose. The men stared at him after, hollow-eyed, but no one spoke. What was there to say? They were a ragged bunch now, down to 1 ship. Spirits cracked like old leather. Thrinacia rose ahead, an island glowing gold under the sun, dotted with fat cattle and sheep. Tiresias's voice echoed in Odysseus's head. Don't touch them. They're Helios's, the sun god's pride. Touch them, and you're cursed. He relayed the warning, sharp and clear. We fish. We hunt. We starve if we have to. But those animals? Off limits. They anchored, scavenging what they could. Fish, roots, anything to fill the void. Days stretched into weeks, storms pinning them down. The cattle lowing temptingly nearby. The men grew gaunt, eyes wild, muttering about hunger. Odysseus kept watch, pacing the beach. But one night, exhaustion won. He slipped into sleep under a twisted olive tree. Eurylochus saw his chance. We're dying, he hissed to the crew, voice low. The gods owe us this. We'll sacrifice the best ones. Pray for forgiveness. They agreed, desperation trumping fear. They slaughtered 12 cattle, the air thick with blood and smoke as they roasted the meat. Odysseus woke to the smell, bolting upright, dread icing his veins. What have you done? He shouted. But the damage was done. 6 days they feasted, guilt buried under full bellies. On the 7th, the storms cleared. They sailed off, the sky too calm, too quiet. Then it broke. Zeus's thunder cracked, a bolt slamming the ship. Wood splintered, the mast snapped, and the sea swallowed everything. Odysseus clung to a plank, waves tossing him like a toy, watching his men sink, their screams fading into the dark. Poseidon laughed through the storm. Helios had his revenge. Alone, Odysseus drifted, the sun a mocking eye above. The sea spat him out on Ogygia, a paradise of soft sand and blooming vines. Calypso found him, nymph, goddess, a woman with hair like midnight and a voice that could soothe a hurricane. She nursed him back from the edge, her hands gentle, her eyes hungry. Stay, she whispered, offering immortality, a life free of pain. The cave she called home sparkled with jewels, the air sweet with fruit and flowers. For 7 years, he stayed, tempted, torn, a prisoner in silk. But Ithaca haunted him, Penelope's face, Telemachus's laugh. They pulled harder than Calypso's promises. He'd sit on the shore, staring at the waves, until Athena intervened, pleading with Zeus. Let him go, she argued. He's earned it. Zeus relented, and Hermes delivered the order. Calypso's tears fell like rain, but she built him a raft, stocked it with bread and wine, and watched him sail away, her silhouette fading into the mist. The raft was a flimsy thing, logs lashed with vine, a sail patched from Calypso's cloth, but it carried Odysseus through the churning sea, a speck of hope against Poseidon's fury. Days bled into nights, the sun blistering his skin, salt crusting his lips. He was a ghost of himself, hollowed out by loss. When a storm reared up, waves like fists smashing his fragile ride apart, he clung to a plank, coughing seawater, until the current dumped him on a shore lined with olive trees, Scheria, land of the Phaeacians. He crawled from the surf, legs shaking, and collapsed under a bush, sand caking his beard. Sleep took him, deep and dreamless, until a laugh woke him, high and bright, a girl's voice. Nausicaa, princess of the Phaeacians, stood nearby, tossing a ball with her maids. She froze when she saw him, wild-eyed, ragged, more beast than man, but her gaze softened. "You're no threat," she said, tossing him a cloak. "Come with me." Odysseus followed, limping, to a palace of bronze and gold, where King Alcinous and Queen Arete held court. They didn't flinch at his stench or scars, just offered a seat, a bath, and a feast. The hall buzzed with music, roast meat sizzling, wine flowing like a river. "Tell us who you are," Alcinous said, leaning forward, eyes keen. Odysseus took a breath, the weight of years pressing down, and let the story spill. He started with Troy, the horse, the fire, then the Cyclops, the winds, the cannibals, Circe's spell. His voice grew raw as he recounted the sirens, Scylla's jaws, the sun god's cattle, Calypso's cave. The Phaeacians listened, wide-eyed, some wiping tears as he spoke of lost men and a home he hadn't seen in 20 years. "I'm Odysseus of Ithaca," he finished, voice cracking. "All I want is to get back." Alcinous clapped a hand on his shoulder. "You'll go home a hero. We'll see to it." They gave him a ship, sleek, sturdy, crewed by their best, loaded with gifts, gold, cloth, a sword that gleamed like starlight. The sea stayed calm this time, Poseidon's grudge held at bay by Zeus's decree. Odysseus slept as they sailed, dreaming of Ithaca's cliffs, until the crew nudged him awake. "Look," they said, pointing. There it was, home, gray and green under a dawn sky. They beached the ship, set his treasures ashore, and left him standing there, alone at last. 20 years had carved lines into Ithaca's face, trees taller, paths worn, the palace looming like a memory, half forgotten. Odysseus crouched behind a rock, heart pounding, when Athena appeared, mist swirling around her. "Not yet," she said, her voice sharp. "You're a stranger here now. The palace crawls with suitors, pigs eating your food, chasing your wife. Go in smart." She tapped him with her spear, and his body twisted. Skin sagged, hair grayed, clothes turned to rags, a beggar now, hunched and harmless. He shuffled to a swineherd's hut. A loyal old man named Eumaeus, who didn't recognize him, but offered bread and a spot by the fire. "The king's gone," Eumaeus muttered, poking the coals. "Penelope holds on, but those dogs won't wait forever." Odysseus listened, fists clenched under his rags, anger simmering. Then a figure slipped in, tall, broad-shouldered, eyes like his own. Telemachus, his son, grown into a man. Athena waved her hand, peeling away the disguise. Odysseus stood straight, scars bared, and Telemachus froze. "It's me," Odysseus said, voice thick. "Your father?" Tears hit first. Then a hug, fierce, wordless, 20 years crashing into one moment. They sat, plotting over the fire. "They're 100 strong," Telemachus said, arrogant, armed. Odysseus grinned, crooked and dangerous. "Good. Arrogance makes them sloppy." The next dawn, Odysseus hobbled to the palace, beggar's staff tapping stone. The suitors lounged in his hall, laughing, gorging on his cattle, tossing insults at Penelope as she wove upstairs. "Look at this filth," one sneered, kicking at him. Odysseus bit his tongue, eyes scanning, counting heads, marking exits. Penelope descended, regal despite the strain, holding his old bow, a monster of wood and sinew no man but him could string. Whoever bends this, she said, voice steady, wins my hand. They tried, grunting and cursing, the bow mocking them with its stiffness. Odysseus waited, then stepped forward, rags flapping. Let me, he rasped. Laughter erupted, until he strung it in one smooth pull, the cord singing taut. Silence fell, thick as fog. He notched an arrow, aimed at a row of axe heads lined up in the hall, and fired, straight through 12 rings. A perfect shot. The rags dropped. I'm Odysseus, he said, voice ablade, and this is my house. The suitors scrambled, but Telemachus barred the door, spear in hand. Arrows flew, Odysseus picking them off, one by one, rage honed to precision. A few fought back, swords flashing, but he was a storm, unstoppable, relentless. Blood pooled on the stone, the hall a graveyard by the end. Eumaeus and a few loyal servants joined in, mopping up the rest. Penelope stood at the stairs, eyes wide. Is it you? She whispered. He smiled, weary but warm. Ask me something only I'd know. She nodded. Our bed. How's it made? His grin widened. Carved from a living olive tree, rooted in the earth. Took me a month. She ran to him then, and the years melted away. The suitor's kin came later, howling for revenge, but Odysseus faced them down. Telemachus at his side, Athena's shadow behind him. Peace held, fragile but real. He rebuilt Ithaca, ruled beside Penelope, watched Telemachus grow into a leader. The sea called sometimes, a whisper in his dreams, but he stayed, rooted like that olive tree bed. Years later, stranger came, a boy with a spear tipped with stingray bone. Telegonus, son of Circe, not knowing his father. Scuffle, a misstep, and the spear grazed Odysseus, poison seeping in. He fell, smiling faintly as Penelope held him, the sea's final word fulfilled. I made it home, he murmured, and slipped away, a hero at rest. Story, The Legend of Perseus, a hero forged by fate. 100 years before the flames swallowed Troy, a new age of heroes was dawning across the wild lands of Greece. Between the proud cities of Athens and Sparta lay Argos, one of the oldest kingdoms of them all. Its stones weathered by time, and its people hardened by the sun. At its heart stood King Acrisius, a man with a crown on his head and a hunger for power in his bones. He'd clawed his way to the throne by banishing his own brother Protus, a betrayal that left a bitter taste in the air. With Proetus gone, Acrisius married Eurydice, a woman with eyes like the sea and a quiet strength he barely noticed. Together, they had a daughter, Danae, a girl so beautiful she seemed carved from starlight. But beauty wasn't enough for Acrisius. He wanted a son, a boy to carry his name and cement his legacy. And as the years dragged on, Eurydice couldn't give him one. The palace grew cold with his frustration. Servants whispered behind their hands, and Eurydice's smiles faded. Acrisius paced the marble halls, his shadow stretching long and jagged, until desperation drove him to the gods. He rode out to Delphi, where the oracle sat in her misty cave, her voice a thread between mortals and the divine. Tell me, he demanded, his fists clenched, will I have a son to rule after me? The oracle's eyes glinted, unreadable, and her words fell like stones. No son will come from your blood, Acrisius. But hear this, a grandson will be born, and his hand will end your life. The king staggered back, the prophecy sinking into him like a blade. No son, a grandson who'd kill him. His mind raced, picturing Danae, his only child, his only threat. He couldn't let it happen. Back in Argos, he ordered a prison built, a tower of bronze, smooth and towering, its walls gleaming under the sun. No doors, no ladders, just a single high window too small for a man to climb through. Take her, he told his guards, voice flat. Lock her away. No one gets near her. Danae, barely 16, was dragged from her room, her cries echoing off the stone as the trapdoor slammed shut above her. Acrisius stood below, staring up at the tower, his heart a knot of fear and triumph. He'd beaten fate, or so he thought. Up in the bronze tower, Danae sat alone, the world reduced to a sliver of sky through that tiny window. She was a prisoner in her own home, her father's fear, her only jailer. Days turned to weeks, then months, the silence broken only by the wind whistling past the metal walls. She'd sing sometimes, soft songs her mother taught her voice bouncing back like a ghost. She didn't know someone was listening. High on Mount Olympus, Zeus, king of the gods, lounged on his throne, his eyes wandering the earth below. He saw Danae, her golden hair catching the light, her songs drifting up like prayers. And something stirred in him, not just her beauty, though that was enough to stop a god in his tracks, but her spirit, unbroken despite the cage. He wanted her, and Zeus wasn't the type to let walls stop him. One night, as Danae slept, a shimmer lit the tower. Golden light poured through the window, soft and warm, like a summer rain. It wasn't rain, though. It was Zeus, slipping past Acrisius's defenses in a form no mortal could bar. The gold fell over Danae, wrapping her in a glow that felt alive, and when it faded, she woke with a start, her heart racing. She didn't understand. Not yet, but the gods don't leave without a mark. Months later, her belly swelled. She hid it as long as she could, wrapping herself in cloaks, whispering to the life growing inside her. You're mine, she'd say, fierce and quiet, no matter what. When the baby came, a boy, strong and squalling, with eyes like a storm, she named him Perseus. For 4 years, she kept him secret, teaching him to hush when guards brought food, cradling him in the tower's dim light. But secrets don't stay buried in a king's house. One day, Acrisius climbed the tower's outer stairs, driven by a nagging dread. He peered through the window and saw them, Danae rocking a child, a boy with dark curls and a fearless grin. The prophecy roared back to life in his mind. He didn't rage or weep, just turned cold, his fear hardening into a plan. He couldn't kill them outright. The gods might strike him down for spilling family blood. So, he built a chest, wooden, sturdy, sealed tight, and ordered his guards to lock Danae and Perseus inside. Take it to the sea, he said, voice hollow. Let the waves decide. They obeyed. The chest hit the water with a splash, bobbing like a leaf in a storm. Danae clutched Perseus close, singing through her tears as the currents carried them away, out of Argos, out of Acrisius's reach. Fate wasn't done with them yet. The sea was a wild thing, waves crashing, winds howling, the chest tossed like a toy. Days bled into nights, Danae's voice hoarse from lullabies, Perseus's cries swallowed by the roar. She didn't know where they were going, only that they were alive, and that was enough. Then, a jolt. The chest snagged on something solid. A fisherman's net, rough and salt-crusted, hauled them up. Dictys stood on the shore of Seriphos, a small island hugged by cliffs and olive groves. He was a simple man, hands calloused from years of hauling fish, eyes kind despite the lines etched around them. He pried open the chest, expecting salvage, and found a woman and a boy instead, exhausted, soaked, but breathing. "You're safe now," he said, lifting Perseus as Danae stumbled out, legs shaky from the ordeal. He took them in, gave them a roof, a fire, a chance. Seriphos was no Argos, no palaces or bronze towers, just stone huts and a quiet harbor. Dictys raised Perseus like his own, teaching him to mend nets, cast lines, run barefoot along the cliffs. The boy grew fast, tall, wiry, with a spark in his eyes that hinted at something bigger. Danae watched him, her heart swelling with pride and a shadow of fear. She knew who his father was, even if she never spoke it aloud. Years rolled by, Perseus turning from a scrappy kid into a young man, strong, quick, the kind of guy who'd race the wind and win. But trouble brewed in the shadows. Dictys's brother, Polydectes, was king of Seriphos, a man with a crown too big for his head and a heart too small for his chest. He'd seen Danae, her beauty still sharp after years of hardship, and decided she'd be his. She refused him, polite but firm, and Perseus stood by her, a wall he couldn't breach. Polydectes didn't like that. He started plotting, waiting for a crack to slip through. The crack came at a feast. Polydectes threw open his hall, tables groaning with bread and fish, wine sloshing in cups. He'd invited every man on the island, demanding a horse as tribute, a show of wealth and loyalty. Perseus showed up empty-handed, his pockets as light as his step. He wasn't poor in spirit, though. When the suitors laughed, pointing at his bare hands, he straightened up, chin high. "A horse? That's nothing," he said, voice carrying over the chatter. "I could bring you something better, the head of Medusa herself." The hall went quiet, then erupted. Medusa, a name whispered in fear, a monster with snakes for hair and eyes that turned men to stone. Polydectes' lips curled, a predator smelling blood. "You do that for me?" he asked, leaning forward. "Then it's a deal. Bring me her head, Perseus." The crowd cheered, thinking it a joke, but Perseus saw the glint in the king's eye. This wasn't a jest. It was a trap. He left the feast, heart pounding, the weight of his words sinking in. Medusa wasn't some local bully. She was a legend, a nightmare carved into campfire tales. He'd never held a sword, never fought anything bigger than a fish. "What have I done?" he muttered, kicking a stone down the beach. Danae found him there, her face pale. "You don't have to go," she said, gripping his arm. But he shook his head. "I said it. I can't back down now." That night, alone under the stars, he prayed, raw, desperate, not knowing if anyone would hear. "Help me," he whispered. "I don't know how to do this." The wind shifted, carrying a promise he couldn't yet see. The gods were listening. The night was still, the sea whispering against Seriphos' shore. When Perseus' prayer hung in the air like smoke, he didn't expect an answer. Not really, but the gods don't always wait for invitations. A shimmer cut through the dark, and two figures stepped onto the beach, their presence electric. One was Hermes, lean and quick, his winged sandals glinting in the moonlight, a grin tugging at his lips like he knew a secret Perseus didn't. The other was Athena, tall and regal, her gray eyes sharp as a blade, a shield slung over her shoulder. "You've got guts, kid," Hermes said, kicking sand with a casual flick. Medusa's no picnic. Lucky for you, we're in a generous mood. He tossed something at Perseus, a sword, its blade catching the starlight, so sharp it seemed to hum. That's adamantine. Unbreakable. Don't lose it. Athena stepped closer, her gaze pinning him in place. You'll need more than steel, she said, voice cool and steady. She handed him a shield, its surface polished to a mirror's gleam. Use this. Look at her reflection, not her eyes, or you're done. Perseus took it, the weight solid in his hands, and nodded, throat tight. Why me? He managed to ask. Athena's lips twitched, almost a smile. You're Zeus's son. That's reason enough. But prove you're worth it. They weren't done. One more stop, Hermes said, jerking his head toward the horizon. The Grey, 3 old hags who know where the good stuff's at. They're tricky, though. Sisters of the Gorgons. Won't help you easy. Before Perseus could ask, they vanished, leaving a breeze and a mission. He stood there, sword in one hand, shield in the other, feeling the world shift under his feet. This was real now. No turning back. He didn't tell Danae. Not yet. She'd worry, and he couldn't face that. At dawn, he slipped out, the sword strapped to his back, the shield slung over his shoulder. The sea stretched wide and wild, but Hermes' words echoed, find the Grey. He didn't know where to start, but the gods had a way of nudging things along. A gull screeched overhead, circling, then flew north. Perseus followed, boots crunching on gravel, a hunch tugging him forward. Days turned into a blur. Hiking cliffs, wading streams, sleeping under trees with roots poking his ribs. The gull kept showing up, a feathered guide, until he reached a coast where the air smelled of salt and decay. A cave gaped ahead, its mouth jagged like broken teeth, and voices rasped from inside, high, creaky, arguing over something. Perseus crouched behind a rock, peering in. 3 figures hunched around a fire, old women, skin like cracked leather, hair thin and white as spider webs. The Grey. They passed a single eye between them, tossing it like a ball, each snatching it to peer at the flames. Mine! One snapped, clawing it back. I saw him first. Another croaked. Perseus's stomach turned. They were talking about him. He stepped out, sword drawn, voice steady, despite the thudding in his chest. I need your help. Tell me where to find the nymphs, the ones with what I need to kill Medusa. They froze, then cackled, a sound like dry leaves crunching. Medusa's our kin, boy, the tallest hissed, clutching the eye. Why'd we help you? Perseus tightened his grip. Because I'm asking nice. Don't make me stop. They laughed again, but he saw his chance. As the eye sailed between them, he lunged, snagging it midair. It was slimy, warm, and pulsed faintly in his palm. Tell me, he said, holding it over a puddle, or this goes splash. Their laughter died. The nymphs, one shrieked. West, by the Hesperides garden, past the red cliffs. They've got sandals, a hat, a bag. He tossed the eye back, and they scrambled for it, cursing him as he bolted. The red cliffs loomed days later, glowing like blood in the sunset. Beyond them, a grove shimmered, trees heavy with golden apples, air sweet with flowers. Nymphs flitted between branches, their laughter like bells. Perseus approached, shield raised to show he meant no harm. I'm here for Medusa, he said. The gods sent me. They paused, sizing him up, then smiled. "You're bold," one said, her voice a melody. "Take these." They handed him winged sandals that buzzed with energy, a cap woven from shadow, Hades' helm of invisibility, and a leather sack that flexed like it was breathing. "Good luck," they whispered, fading into the leaves. Perseus strapped on the sandals, felt the cap's cool weight, and slung the sack over his shoulder. He was ready, or as ready as he'd ever be. The sandals lifted him into the sky, wind rushing past, the world shrinking below. North Africa sprawled ahead, sand and stone stretching to the horizon, a land of heat and secrets. The nymphs had pointed him to a cave by the sea, its entrance choked with vines and bones. Perseus landed soft, the cap hiding him from sight, and crept inside, shield up, heart hammering. The air was thick, damp, smelling of rot. Statues lined the walls. Men frozen mid-scream, swords raised, eyes wide with terror. Medusa's work. He moved deeper, sandals silent on the stone, until a hiss slithered through the dark. There she was, curled on a slab, sleeping, her back to him. Snakes writhed where hair should have been, coiling and snapping at the air. Her skin gleamed pale, almost human, but he didn't dare look higher. He angled the shield, catching her reflection. Twisted, monstrous, eyes shut, but deadly, even in sleep. His hands shook as he drew the sword, its edge whispering against the scabbard. One chance. He stepped closer, breath shallow, and swung. Fast, clean, the blade slicing through flesh and bone. Her head rolled free, snakes thrashing, a gurgling cry echoing as her body slumped. Perseus didn't look, couldn't, shoving the head into the sack, blood soaking the leather. Then the ground shook. From her neck, shape burst out, white, winged, a horse born from the gore. Pegasus. It reared, hooves sparking, and Perseus stared, stunned. "You're mine now," he said, grabbing its mane. He climbed on, the sack tied tight, and they shot out of the cave, the wind roaring as they climbed into the sky. The sky was a blur of blue and gold as Perseus rode Pegasus, the winged horse cutting through clouds like a knife through silk. The sack hung heavy at his side, Medusa's head inside, a prize that felt more like a curse with every mile. He was heading back to Seriphos, back to Danae, but the sea below had other plans. A glint caught his eye, something white against the gray waves, chained to a jagged rock. He banked lower, Pegasus's wings beating steady, and saw her, a woman, dark hair whipping in the wind, her wrists bound in iron. Perseus landed on the shore nearby, the horse's hooves sinking into wet sand. She was stunning, skin like polished bronze, eyes fierce despite the fear, and screaming for help as the tide crept higher. "Who are you?" he called, voice barely carrying over the crash of waves. "Andromeda," she shouted back, straining against the chains. "They're sacrificing me. Please." Before he could ask more, the water churned, a shadow rising, huge, scaly, a sea monster with teeth like spears. Cetus, sent by Poseidon to punish her kingdom. He didn't think twice. "Hold on," he yelled, kicking Pegasus into the air. The beast lunged, jaws snapping, and Perseus dodged, the horse's wings folding tight as they swooped. He drew Hermes' sword, its edge glinting, and dove again, slashing at the creature's neck. Blood sprayed, dark and thick, but Cetus roared, tail whipping the sea into foam. Perseus circled, heart pounding, then saw his chance, its eye yellow and glaring. He drove the blade deep, twisting, and the monster thrashed once, twice, then sank, the waves swallowing it whole. He landed beside Andromeda, cutting her chains with a single stroke. She stumbled into his arms, trembling but unbroken. "You're safe," he said, steadying her. Her parents, King Cepheus and Queen Cassiopeia, rushed down from the cliffs, their royal robes flapping. She boasted she was prettier than the Nereids, Cepheus explained, voice shaking. "Poseidon flooded us, sent that thing. The oracle said she had to die to stop it." Perseus glanced at Andromeda, her jaw tight, and made a call. "I'll take her instead," he said. "Marry her, if you'll have me." Cassiopeia nodded, tears streaking her face. "You saved us. She's yours." They wed that night, quick, simple, under a sky still bruised from the storm. Andromeda's hand was warm in his, her smile a quiet promise. "I'm not some prize," she whispered later as they mounted Pegasus. "I know," he said, grinning. "That's why I like you." With her arms around his waist and Medusa's head swinging at his hip, they flew north, Seriphos calling them home. The island loomed at dawn, its cliffs sharp against the horizon. Perseus landed Pegasus in a grove, hiding the horse among the trees, and crept toward Dictys's hut with Andromeda at his side. Something felt off, the air too still, the harbor too quiet. He found Dictys outside, face drawn, hands wringing a rag. "She's gone," the fisherman said, voice cracking. "Polydectes took her. Said if you didn't come back, she'd pay." Rage lit Perseus like a torch. "Where?" he snapped. "The palace," Dictys said. "He's got guards. A feast. Thinks he's won." Perseus turned to Andromeda. "Stay here. This is mine to finish." She grabbed his arm, eyes blazing. "I'm coming. You don't face that snake alone." He nodded. Two wound up to argue, and they marched uphill, the sack thumping against his leg. The palace hall was loud, tables piled with food, men laughing. Polydectes sprawled on his throne with Danae at his side, her wrists bound, her face a mask of defiance. "Look who's back," the king crowed as Perseus burst in, guards leveling spears. "No head, I see. Guess your mother's mine now." Perseus didn't flinch. "I've got it," he said, voice low, dangerous. "Want to see?" The room jeered, thinking him a fool, but he yanked the sack open, pulling out Medusa's head. Snake's limp, eyes dull but deadly. "Look close," he said, thrusting it high. Polydectes smirked, then froze as those eyes locked on his. Flesh turned gray, then stone. His scream cut short mid-breath. The guards lunged, but Perseus swung the head, and one by one, they petrified. Statues mid-strike, terror carved forever. The hall went silent, the crowd scrambling back. Danae broke free, running to him, her arms crushing him tight. "You're alive," she whispered, tears soaking his tunic. Andromeda stepped up, sword drawn from a fallen guard, guarding their flank. "We're done here," Perseus said, dropping the head back in the sack. He turned to Dictys, who'd slipped in behind. "You're king now," he said. "Rule better than he did." Dictys nodded, stunned but steady, as they walked out, leaving a throne room of stone and silence. The sea glittered as they left Seriphos. Perseus, Andromeda, and Danae on a ship rigged by Dictys's fishermen, Pegasus tethered to the deck. Medusa's head was stowed below, a grim trophy Perseus couldn't shake. "Where now?" Andromeda asked, leaning on the rail. "Argos," he said. "My grandfather's there. Time to face him." Danae's face tightened, but she didn't argue. She'd told him about Acrisius, the tower, the chest, enough to know the old man wouldn't welcome them with open arms. The journey was smooth, the gods giving them a break for once. Argos rose on the horizon, sprawling, ancient, its walls baked gold by the sun. Word of Perseus had spread, slayer of Medusa, rider of Pegasus, and the streets buzzed as they docked. People cheered, kids darting close to touch his cloak. But Perseus felt the weight of Mise watching from the palace. Acrisius knew he was back. They settled in a tavern, Danae keeping low, while Perseus heard the talk. A tournament, athletes from across Greece, a chance to prove strength. Go, Andromeda urged, smirking. Show them who you are. He signed up, needing the distraction, and dominated, sprinting past runners, hurling spears like thunderbolts. The crowd roared, calling him a hero, but he didn't see the old man in the stands, hood pulled tight, watching with a mix of pride and dread. The sun beat down on Argos, turning the tournament field into a furnace of dust and sweat. Perseus stood among the athletes, bronzed men from Athens, Sparta, Crete, all eyeing him like a prize bull. Word of Medusa's head and Pegasus had spread like wildfire, and the crowd packed the stands, shouting his name. He felt their eyes, their hunger for a show, and threw himself into it, running laps that left others gasping, tossing spears that split targets clean through. But the discus was next, a heavy bronze disc that gleamed like a small sun in his hands. Andromeda lounged on a bench nearby, her dark eyes glinting with pride, while Danae stayed back in the tavern, too wary of Acrisius to show her face. Perseus didn't know the old king was there, slipped out of the palace in a hooded cloak, blending with the rabble, his heart a tangle of awe and terror. Acrisius had heard the tales. His grandson, the monster slayer, the boy he'd cast into the sea. The prophecy gnawed at him, but curiosity won out. He had to see. The herald blew a horn, and Perseus stepped up, discus balanced in his grip. He'd never thrown one before, not like this. But his arms were steel from years of nets and swords. The crowd hushed, a sea of faces leaning in. He spun, muscles coiling, and let it fly. A perfect arc, soaring farther than anyone expected, too far. It veered, caught a gust, and sliced into the stands. A scream cut the air, sharp and final, then silence. Perseus dropped the spare discus he'd been holding, bolting toward the chaos. People parted, revealing a body sprawled in the dirt. An old man, hood fallen, blood pooling from a gash on his temple. The discus lay beside him, dented and still. Perseus knelt, hands shaking, and turned the man's face. Gray hair, a scarred jaw, eyes dimming, but familiar. Acrisius, his grandfather. No, he whispered, the world tilting. Danae pushed through then, her cry raw as she saw her father, dead by her son's hand. The crowd murmured. Shock, then recognition. The king! Someone yelled. He killed the king! Perseus stood, numb, the prophecy crashing over him like a wave. Tiresias's words from Delphi, whispered to Acrisius decades ago, now carved in blood. His grandson will end his life. Fate didn't care about intent. It just took. Guards swarmed, spears raised, but the people held them back, shouting, He's a hero. It was an accident. Perseus didn't hear. He stared at Acrisius's body, at Danae sobbing beside it, and felt the weight of what he'd done. I didn't mean to, he said, voice breaking. Andromeda pulled him away, her grip firm. We need to go, she said. Now. Argos turned sour fast. Killing family, even by mistake, was a stain no Greek could wash off easy. The nobles muttered about curses, the priests about divine wrath. Perseus couldn't stay, not with Acrisius's ghost hanging over him, and Danae's grief cutting deeper every day. We'll find somewhere new, he told her, packing their gear. Somewhere ours. Andromeda nodded, Pegasus stamping nearby, ready to carry them. They headed north, past Argos's borders, the land opening into hills and plains baked golden by the sun. Mycenae caught his eye, a rugged valley with a river snaking through, cliffs that could cradle a city. Here, he said, planting his spear in the dirt. This is home. Danae managed a faint smile, her first in days, and Andromeda squeezed his hand. Let's make it strong, she said. Building started slow. Huts at first, then walls. Perseus had a vision, a fortress to rival Argos, a place no king could threaten. The locals pitched in, awed by his legend, but the stones were massive, boulders too big for men to haul. Then the Cyclopes came, 3 of them, one-eyed giants with arms like tree trunks, drawn by tales of Medusa's slayer. Heard your Zeus's kid, one rumbled, voice like gravel. We'll help. For a price. Perseus offered gold from Seriphos' stash, and they set to work, stacking slabs into walls so thick they'd stand 1,000 years. Mycenae rose, gates carved with lions, a palace perched high, streets buzzing with traders and farmers. Perseus ruled beside Andromeda, fair but firm, their kids running wild through the halls, sons and daughters who'd carry his blood forward. Danae stayed too, quieter now, tending a garden where she'd sit and hum old songs. The past didn't fade, but it softened, buried under new roots. Years rolled on, Mycenae growing into a powerhouse, its walls a legend, its name whispered across Greece. Perseus aged, gray threading his hair, but he never lost that spark. Andromeda matched him, her wit keeping him sharp, their partnership a rock nothing could break. They'd sit sometimes, watching the sun dip below the hills, Pegasus grazing nearby, and talk about the road that brought them here, the tower, the sea, the monster's head. One day, a bard came through, singing of a descendant yet to come, a son of Zeus and Alcmene, a hero named Heracles, who'd wrestle fate with 12 impossible tasks. Perseus laughed, clapping the man on the back. Sounds like family, he said, tossing him a coin. He didn't know how right he was. His blood would spark that legend, tying his name to Greece's greatest tale. When he died, old, peaceful, Andromeda at his side, the people buried him under Mycenae's walls, a spear and shield at his feet. Medusa's head was long gone, given back to Athena, who'd fixed it to her shield as a warning to fools. Perseus didn't need trophies. He'd beaten fate once, built something lasting, and left a mark no prophecy could erase. The sun hung low over the valley, spilling golden rays across a world alive with spring. Birds darted through the air, their songs weaving a delicate tapestry of sound. But none could rival the music that poured from Orpheus's lyre. He sat by a shimmering stream, his fingers dancing over the strings, coaxing notes so pure they seemed to ripple through the water itself. Orpheus wasn't just a man. He was a legend, a poet whose music could tame wild beasts, soften stone, and stir the hearts of gods. His dark hair fell in waves over his brow, and his eyes, bright with a quiet fire, scanned the horizon as if searching for something he couldn't name. That's when she appeared. Eurydice stepped from the shadow of the trees, her bare feet brushing the soft earth, her hair catching the sunlight like spun copper. She was a nymph, a daughter of the forest, her presence as natural as the wind rustling through the leaves. She'd heard the music. How could she not? It had called to her, tugging at her soul like a thread unraveling from a spool. She paused at the edge of the clearing, her breath catching as she watched him. Orpheus didn't see her at first, lost in his melody, but when he lifted his gaze and met hers, the world seemed to still. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice low, almost a whisper, as if afraid to break the spell. She smiled, a small, hesitant curve of her lips. "Eurydice," she said simply, stepping closer. "Your music, it's like nothing I've ever heard." He stood, the lyre still humming faintly in his hands. "And you," he replied, "are like no one I've ever seen." What followed was a courtship, written in sunlight and song. Days turned to weeks as they wandered the hills together. Orpheus playing for her while she danced, her movements fluid and free, a perfect echo of his music. He told her stories of the gods, of the stars, of the world's beginning, and she shared secrets of the forest, the hidden paths only the nymphs knew. Their love grew like a wildflower, fragile yet fierce, rooted deep in the quiet moments they stole from time. One evening, beneath a sky streaked with pink and gold, Orpheus took her hand. "Marry me," he said, his voice trembling, not with doubt, but with the weight of his longing. "Let me play for you forever." Eurydice laughed, a sound like bells, and pressed her forehead to his. "Forever," she promised. Their wedding was a celebration of the earth itself. Nymphs wove garlands of flowers. The rivers sang in harmony with Orpheus's lyre, and even the gods looked down with something like envy. Apollo, the sun god who'd gifted Orpheus his talent, sent beams of light to bless the union. Hestia, goddess of the hearth, whispered warmth into their vows. They stood together, hands clasped, as the world bore witness to a love so radiant it seemed nothing could dim it. But fate, as it so often does, had other plans. The valley stretched endlessly before them in those early days of marriage, a paradise painted in greens and blues. Orpheus would sit for hours, composing melodies inspired by Eurydice's laughter, her voice, the way her eyes sparkled when she spoke of the wind. She'd weave crowns of daisies for him, placing them on his head with a grin, calling him her king of song. They built a life of simple joys, picking fruit from the trees, swimming in the cool embrace of the stream, lying beneath the stars as he played lullabies to guide her into dreams. "Do you ever tire of it?" she asked one night, her head resting on his chest, the lyre silent beside them. "Of what?" he murmured, tracing circles on her arm. "Making everything beautiful," she said. "Your music, it changes the world." He smiled into the darkness. "You're the beauty," he replied. "I just give it a voice." She lifted her head, kissing him softly, and in that moment, they were infinite. The stars above seemed to pulse with their happiness, and the night wrapped them in a cocoon of peace. Neither of them could have known how fragile that peace was, how close the shadows loomed. It happened on a morning so ordinary, it felt like a betrayal. Eurydice had slipped away from their small home, a wooden hut they'd built together near the stream, to gather wildflowers. She loved the way they brightened the space, their colors a quiet rebellion against the monotony of routine. Orpheus stayed behind, tuning his lyre, humming a new tune he wanted to surprise her with. The air was warm, the sky clear, the world deceptively kind. She danced through the meadow, her bare feet skimming the grass, her laughter floating back toward him. He heard it faintly, a sound that made his heart swell, and he smiled as he worked. Then came the scream. It pierced the air, sharp and sudden, cutting through his melody like a blade. The lyre slipped from his hands, clattering to the floor as he bolted upright. Eurydice? He called, his voice cracking with panic. No answer came, only silence, heavy and wrong. He ran, his breath ragged, his feet pounding the earth. The meadow stretched before him, flowers swaying innocently in the breeze. But she wasn't there, not dancing, not laughing, not alive. He found her crumpled near a cluster of violets, her skin pale, her lips parted, as if she'd tried to call his name one last time. A snake slithered away into the grass, its venom already spent, its work done. No, he whispered, falling to his knees beside her. No, no, no. His hands shook as he pulled her into his arms, her body limp and cold against him. He pressed his ear to her chest, desperate for a heartbeat, but there was nothing. The silence was deafening, a void where her life had been. He rocked her back and forth, tears streaming down his face, his cries rising into a wail that shook the trees. Birds fled the branches, the wind stilled, and even the sun seemed to dim. Orpheus clutched her tighter, as if he could will her back, as if his love alone could defy death. But the gods were silent, and Eurydice was gone. Hours passed, or maybe days. Time lost meaning as he sat there, her body cradled in his lap, his voice hoarse from screaming. The lyre lay forgotten by the stream, its strings mute for the first time in years. When he finally stood, his legs trembling beneath him, he carried her to the hut and laid her on their bed. He brushed her hair from her face, kissed her forehead, and whispered, "I'll find you." He didn't know how yet, but he knew he couldn't live without her. Not now, not ever. Orpheus, the man who'd tamed the world with song, would face the underworld itself to bring her back. The decision came like a storm, sudden and unstoppable. Orpheus couldn't bury her, not yet. He wrapped Eurydice's body in a shroud of white linen, laying her gently beneath an oak tree where they'd once carved their initials. He knelt beside her one last time, pressing his lips to the fabric, and murmured, "Wait for me." Then he turned, picked up his lyre, and walked toward the edge of the world. The entrance to the underworld wasn't hidden from mortals. It didn't need to be. Few were foolish enough to seek it. A jagged cave yawned at the base of a mountain, its mouth dark and uninviting, exhaling a chill that smelled of damp stone and decay. Orpheus stood before it, his heart pounding, the lyre slung over his shoulder. He'd heard the stories of Hades, the stern king of the dead, and Persephone, his reluctant queen, of Cerberus, the monstrous hound who guarded the gates, of the river Styx, where souls drifted in eternal limbo. He knew the odds, but love didn't care about odds. He stepped inside, and the light vanished. The air grew thick, pressing against his chest, and the silence was suffocating. He ran his fingers over the lyre's strings, letting a single note ring out, a defiant spark in the darkness. It echoed off the walls, steadying his nerves, and he began to play. The melody was soft at first, a lament woven from his grief, each note trembling with the memory of Eurydice's smile. As he descended, the cave narrowed, the walls slick with moisture, the ground uneven beneath his feet. Shadows flickered at the edges of his vision, but he didn't falter. The music grew stronger, bolder, a lifeline pulling him deeper into the abyss. He reached the Styx, its black waters stretching endlessly before him. Charon, the ferryman, stood waiting, his skeletal frame draped in a tattered cloak, his eyes hollow pits beneath a hood. The old man raised a bony hand, demanding payment, a coin for passage, but Orpheus had none. Instead, he played. The notes rose like a tide, wrapping around Charon, softening the hard lines of his face. The ferryman's hand dropped, and for the first time in centuries, he listened. The music spoke of love, of loss, of a heart refusing to break. Without a word, Charon gestured to the boat, and Orpheus stepped aboard. The Styx parted silently as they crossed, the water swallowing the sound of the oars. But the lyre's voice carried on. On the far shore, Cerberus loomed, a hulking beast with 3 snarling heads, teeth gleaming like daggers, eyes burning red. Orpheus didn't flinch. He shifted the melody, weaving a lullaby into the song, a gentle thread of peace amid the sorrow. The hound's growls faded, its heads drooping one by one, until it lay down, whining softly, a puppy tamed by a dream. Orpheus stepped past, his music a shield, his resolve a blade. The gates of the underworld creaked open, revealing a realm of gray mist and endless dusk. Shades drifted aimlessly, pale echoes of the living, their whispers a chorus of regret. Orpheus's song cut through them, drawing their hollow gazes. Some reached for him, fingers brushing his tunic, but he pressed on, his eyes fixed ahead. He could feel her now, a pull in his chest, a thread tying him to Eurydice. She was here, somewhere in this forsaken place, and he would find her. Here's the continuation of the story, picking up right where we left off. I'll keep the momentum going, deepening the emotional stakes, and painting vivid scenes to pull you into Orpheus's journey. Let's dive back in. The underworld stretched before Orpheus like a wound in the earth, its vastness both empty and suffocating. The air hung heavy with the weight of forgotten lives, and the ground beneath his sandals crunched faintly, ash and bone, perhaps, or the dust of dreams long dead. His lyre was his only companion now, its strings humming with a melody that refused to bow to the darkness. He played not for the shades, not for the gods, but for her, for Eurydice, whose absence carved a hollow in his soul, deeper than this realm could ever hope to be. The path twisted downward, spiraling through caverns lit only by the faint glow of ghostly fires. He passed the fields of asphodel, where the shades of the unremarkable drifted in endless monotony, their faces blurred, their voices a low murmur of resignation. They turned toward him as he played, drawn by the music like moths to a flame. But he didn't stop. He couldn't. Every note was a step closer to her, every chord a plea to the universe to give her back. Deeper still, he came to the edge of Tartarus, a pit of torment where the air thrummed with the screams of the damned. Chains rattled, and the glow of molten rivers cast jagged shadows on the walls. Orpheus faltered for a moment. The sheer despair of the place pressing against his resolve. He saw figures writhing in the distance, traitors, murderers, souls who'd defied the gods, each trapped in their own eternal punishment. A man clawed at his own eyes. A woman reached for a cup of water that forever slipped from her grasp. The music wavered, a single note trembling, but Orpheus steadied himself. He wasn't here for them. He tightened his grip on the lyre and pressed on, the melody rising above the chaos like a beacon. At last, he reached the heart of the underworld, a vast chamber where the air shimmered with a cold, unnatural light. Two thrones loomed ahead, carved from obsidian and bone, their edges sharp as the judgment they wielded. Hades sat on the left, his presence a storm contained in human form, his dark hair streaked with silver, his eyes like twin voids that swallowed hope. Beside him was Persephone, her beauty a fragile contrast to the gloom, her auburn hair cascading over a gown woven from shadows and starlight. She watched Orpheus with a flicker of curiosity, her lips parted slightly, while Hades remained stone still, his gaze unreadable. Orpheus stopped before them, his breath shallow, his hands slick with sweat. The shades had fallen silent, their whispers fading into the ether, and for a moment the only sound was the faint echo of his last note. He didn't bow. He couldn't bring himself to bend before the god who held Eurydice captive. Instead, he raised his lyre and began to play. This was no ordinary song. It was a tapestry of everything he'd lost, every moment he'd shared with her. The strings sang of their first meeting by the stream, her laughter threading through the notes like sunlight on water. They wept for the mornings they'd spent tangled in each other's arms, the promises whispered beneath the stars. They roared with the agony of finding her lifeless in the meadow, the helplessness that had clawed at his chest as he held her, and they begged, raw and unashamed, for her return. The music filled the chamber, spilling into every corner, wrapping around the thrones like a living thing. The shades pressed closer, their hollow eyes glistening with something like tears. Persephone leaned forward, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, her breath hitching as the melody pierced her. Even the rivers of the underworld seemed to slow, their currents stilled by the sound. Hades remained unmoved, his face a mask of granite, but Orpheus saw the faintest twitch in his jaw, a crack in the god's armor. When the final note faded, the silence was deafening. Orpheus lowered the lyre, his chest heaving, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "Give her back to me," he said. "Not a demand, but a prayer. She doesn't belong here. She's light. She's life. Everything this place isn't. Take me instead if you must. But let her go." Persephone's eyes softened, and she turned to Hades, her hand brushing his arm. "Husband," she murmured, her voice a quiet plea of its own. "Have you ever heard such love? Such pain? He's not like the others who've come before. Arrogant fools seeking glory. He's here for her." Hades' gaze shifted to her, then back to Orpheus, cold and calculating. "Mortals die," he said, his voice a rumble that shook the floor. "It's the order of things. Why should I break it for you?" "Because love like this doesn't come twice," Orpheus replied, stepping closer, his fists clenched. "You have eternity with your queen. I had months with mine. If you've ever felt even a shadow of what I feel, you'll understand." A long silence followed, the weight of it crushing. Persephone squeezed Hades' hand, her eyes glistening, and at last the god sighed. a sound like stone grinding against stone. Very well, he said. Eurydice may leave with you, but there is a price. Orpheus's heart leapt, hope flaring bright and fragile. Name it, he said. Hades leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. You will walk out of this realm, and she will follow. But you must not look back, not once, until you stand fully in the sunlight of the living world. If you do, she will be lost to you forever. Do you accept? Yes, Orpheus said, without hesitation, though a shiver ran through him. It sounded simple, but nothing in the underworld ever was. Hades waved a hand, and the air shimmered. Eurydice appeared, standing just beyond the thrones, her form faint and translucent, like a reflection on water. Her eyes met his, wide and searching, and she reached out, her lips forming his name, though no sound came. Orpheus's knees nearly buckled, but he held himself steady, his heart hammering against his ribs. Go, Hades said, and remember the price. Orpheus nodded, tearing his gaze from her with effort that felt like tearing his own soul. He turned and began to walk, the lyre clutched tightly, its strings silent now. Behind him, he heard the soft patter of her footsteps, barely audible, but there. She was with him. He just had to trust. The journey back was a mirror of the descent, but infinitely harder. The underworld didn't yield its prizes easily, and every step tested Orpheus's will. He walked through the gray haze, the shades parting before him like a sea, their whispers rising again, soft, insidious, taunting. Is she really there? They seemed to say. What if it's a trick? What if you're alone? He gripped the lyre tighter, his knuckles white, and focused on the path ahead. The ground sloped upward now, the air growing less oppressive, the darkness thinning. He could feel the pull of the living world, a faint warmth brushing his skin, but it wasn't enough to silence the doubt gnawing at him. Her footsteps were so light, too light maybe. What if Hades had lied? What if she'd stumbled, fallen behind, and he was leaving her trapped in this nightmare? He wanted to call her name, to hear her voice, but he didn't dare. The rules were clear, and he wouldn't risk breaking them. Instead, he hummed under his breath, a quiet tune to steady himself, to remind her he was there. The footsteps continued, a faint echo of his rhythm, and he clung to that sound like a lifeline. They passed Cerberus again, the beast still drowsy from his lullaby, its heads twitching as if dreaming of the chase. The Styx loomed ahead, and Charon waited, his boat rocking gently on the black water. Orpheus stepped aboard, his heart in his throat, listening for her. He heard the soft creak of wood as she followed, and relief washed over him, sharp, fleeting, but enough to keep him moving. The ferrymen rowed in silence, the oars slicing through the stillness, and Orpheus stared at the far shore, willing it closer. He could see the cave mouth now, a sliver of gray light piercing the gloom. They were so close. Hours, maybe less, and they'd be free. He pictured her beside him, in the meadow again, her hand in his, her laughter filling the air. It was almost real, almost enough to drown the fear. But the doubt grew louder with every step. The shades' whispers became a chorus, their voices twisting into his own. Look back, just once. You have to know. His hands shook, the lyre slipping slightly in his grip. He clenched his jaw, forcing himself forward, but the silence behind him was unbearable. No breath, no rustle of her dress, just those faint, maddening footsteps. Was it her, or was it the underworld playing its cruelest game? The light grew brighter, the cave mouth widening, and he could smell the earth now. Grass, flowers, life. His pace quickened, hope and terror warring in his chest. The threshold was there, just ahead, a line between worlds. He stepped across it, sunlight spilling over his face, warm and blinding after the endless dark. He was out. He'd made it. But had she? He stood there, trembling, the lyre dangling from his hand. The footsteps had stopped, or had they ever been there? His breath came in ragged gasps, his mind screaming at him to turn, to see her, to know. He fought it, every muscle locked, every nerve ablaze. Eurydice, he whispered, a plea to the air, to the gods, to her. No answer came. The silence was a knife, twisting deeper with each second. He couldn't do it. He couldn't leave without her. Couldn't live with the not knowing. With a cry that tore from his soul, he turned. She was there, just steps behind him, her face radiant with love and sorrow. Her hand reached for him, her lips parted, as if to speak. But the sunlight hadn't touched her yet. She was still in shadow, still in the underworld's grasp. Her eyes widened, a flicker of fear, and then she was gone, fading like mist, dissolving into the dark. No! Orpheus lunged forward, but the cave mouth sealed itself, stone slamming shut with a sound like thunder. He pounded his fists against it, blood streaking the rock, his screams echoing into nothing. She was gone. He'd lost her again. Here's the next installment of the story, carrying forward the emotional weight and building toward the climactic end. I'll keep the narrative vivid and engaging, expanding on Orpheus's despair and the haunting aftermath. Let's continue. Orpheus sank to his knees before the sealed cave, his hands raw and bloodied, his voice a broken thing lost to the wind. The sunlight mocked him now, its warmth a cruel reminder of what he'd almost reclaimed. He pressed his forehead against the cold stone, tears cutting trails through the dirt on his face, and whispered her name over and over, as if it could summon her back. Eurydice, Eurydice. But the earth stayed silent, the gods indifferent, and the world moved on without her. He didn't know how long he stayed there. The sun climbed higher, then dipped toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of fire he couldn't bear to look at. It reminded him too much of her hair, the way it had glowed in the meadow. At some point, he picked up the lyre, its wood scratched, its strings dulled, and clutched it to his chest. It was all he had left of her now, a fragile bridge to the life they'd shared. He stumbled to his feet, legs numb, and began to walk, though he didn't know where he was going. Anywhere but here, anywhere but the place where he'd failed her. The valley welcomed him back with its familiar beauty, but it felt hollow, a shell of what it had been. The stream still flowed, the flowers still bloomed, but their colors were muted, their sounds distant. He returned to the hut, pushing the door open with a trembling hand, and froze. There she was, or rather, there her body had been, still wrapped in the white shroud beneath the oak tree where he'd left her. The sight shattered him anew. He'd gone to the underworld to save her soul, but her body remained, a silent testament to his defeat. He couldn't leave her like that, exposed to the elements, to time, with hands that shook too much to play a single note, he dug a grave beneath the tree, the earth soft and yielding under his fingers. He worked through the night, sweat mixing with tears, until the hole was deep enough to cradle her. Gently, he lifted her, the shroud cool against his skin, and laid her down. He pressed a kiss to the fabric where her forehead would be, then covered her with soil, each handful a goodbye he wasn't ready to say. When it was done, he sat beside the mound, the lyre resting in his lap. The stars blinked above, cold and unreachable, and he wondered if she could see them from wherever she was. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice cracking. I couldn't trust enough." The words hung in the air, unanswered, and he buried his face in his hands, the weight of his failure crushing him. Days bled into weeks, then months. Orpheus became a ghost in his own life, wandering the hills and forests they'd once explored together. He didn't play at first. The lyre stayed silent, its strings gathering dust. But the quiet was worse than the pain. One evening, as the sun dipped low and the sky mirrored the ache in his chest, he picked it up again. His fingers hesitated, then found the strings, and a single note trembled into the air. It wasn't the music of before. Gone were the bright, soaring melodies of love and joy. This was something raw, jagged, a song of grief that clawed its way out of him. The notes wept as he had, each one a memory, a regret, a piece of her he couldn't let go. The trees leaned closer, the wind carried the sound across the valley, and even the animals paused to listen. It was beautiful in its brokenness, a testament to a love that had burned too brightly to fade. People began to hear it. Villagers from nearby settlements, shepherds tending their flocks. They came to find him, drawn by the haunting strains. But he didn't see them. His eyes were fixed on the past, on her face, her smile, the way she'd danced to his tunes. They called him a prophet, a poet of sorrow, but he didn't care for their praise. The music wasn't for them, it was for her, wherever she was, a bridge he hoped might reach her across the divide. He stopped eating much, stopped sleeping more than a few restless hours. His hair grew wild, his frame thin, but the music never faltered. It became his lifeline, the only thing tethering him to the world. He played by the stream where they'd met, in the meadow where she died, under the oak where she rested. Each note was a plea for forgiveness, a vow to remember her, a cry against the gods who'd let her slip away. One night, as a storm brewed on the horizon, he sat beneath the oak, the lyre cradled against him. Lightning flashed, illuminating the carved initials, O and E, entwined forever, and he began to play. The melody was fierce now, defiant, a challenge to the heavens. Rain poured down, soaking him, but he didn't stop. The wind howled, the thunder roared, and still he played, his voice rising to join the strings in a song of rage and longing. That's when they came. The Maenads, wild followers of Dionysus, god of wine and madness, emerged from the forest, their eyes glazed with frenzy, their bodies swaying to a rhythm only they could hear. They'd heard his music, but not as he'd intended. To them, it was an intrusion, a rival to their revelry. They circled him, their laughter sharp and unhinged, their hands clutching vines and jagged stones. "Play for us, musician," one shouted, her voice slurred with wine. "Join our dance." Orpheus didn't look up. His fingers moved faster, the song growing louder, drowning their cries. He wouldn't stop, Not for them, not for anyone. The music was his now, his last connection to her, and he'd pour his soul into it until the end. They didn't understand. Enraged by his refusal, they closed in, their laughter turning to snarls. A stone struck his shoulder, then another his head. But he played on, blood mixing with the rain. The Maenads shrieked, tearing at him with nails and teeth, their madness a whirlwind of violence. He felt the pain dimly, his mind fixed on Eurydice, her face the last thing he saw as the lyre slipped from his grasp and the world went dark. The valley fell silent as the storm passed, the Maenads vanishing into the night, leaving only wreckage behind. Orpheus's body lay broken beneath the oak, his lyre shattered beside him, its strings snapped and curled like fallen leaves. The rain washed the blood away, and the earth seemed to sigh, mourning the loss of its greatest voice. But this wasn't the end. Not yet. In the underworld, a ripple stirred the stillness. Orpheus's soul descended once more, not as a living man this time, but as a shade, his form faint and glowing. The sticks parted for him without Charon's aid. Cerberus whined in recognition, and the gates swung open. He didn't need the lyre now. His essence carried the music, a hum that vibrated through the air, softer but no less powerful. He found her in the Elysian fields, the paradise of the worthy dead, where the light was gentle and the air sweet with flowers. Eurydice stood beneath a tree, much like their oak, her hair catching the glow, her eyes bright with a peace he hadn't seen since that last morning. She turned as he approached, and for the first time since her death, she smiled, a smile that held no blame, only love. Orpheus, she said, her voice clear and warm, no longer silenced by the underworld's rules. He ran to her, falling to his knees, his hands reaching for hers. She knelt too, their fingers intertwining, and he felt her, real, solid, here. I'm sorry, he choked out, tears spilling freely. I looked back. I couldn't. She pressed a finger to his lips, silencing him. You came for me, she said. That's all that matters. You fought the gods for me. I'd do it again, he whispered, 1,000 times. She pulled him close, her arms wrapping around him, and he buried his face in her hair, breathing her in. The pain, the guilt, the years of longing, they melted away, leaving only this moment. They stood together, the fields stretching endlessly around them, and for the first time, he felt whole. Above, in the living world, the wind carried faint echoes of his music, fragments of the songs he'd played, woven into the rustle of leaves, the ripple of streams. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, calling it the voice of the valley, a gift from the man who'd loved too deeply to be forgotten. The gods, too, listened. Apollo with quiet pride, Persephone with a wistful smile, and even Hades, in his cold throne, felt a stir of something like respect. In Elysium, Orpheus and Eurydice walked hand in hand, their laughter mingling with the breeze. He hummed softly, a melody born of their reunion, and she danced beside him, her steps light and free. The lyre was gone, but the music lived on, eternal, unbreakable, a song that no darkness could silence. And so they remained, two souls bound by love, their story echoing through time, a tale of loss and redemption, of a man who dared to sing against fate, and the woman who waited for him beyond the end.